Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. True horror story about an abandoned hospital on a haunted island. I know how that sounds. If I heard somebody else say it on the internet, I'd probably roll my eyes, click away, tell myself, yeah, okay, cool creepypasta. But this started with paperwork, not a Ouija board, not some cursed object, just a stack of boring county documents and a dead uncle who fell down the stairs in his own house. When he died, I inherited everything. The mortgage, the ugly furniture, the creaking old place in the middle of nowhere. I moved in because rent was killing me. And honestly, living in a dead man's house still felt cheaper than living in my old apartment. At first, it was just normal old house stuff, weird drafts, floors that groaned like they had opinions, pipes that screamed whenever I turned on the shower. Then the insurance company asked for the exact square footage, so I pulled the floor plan from the county records, spread it out on the kitchen table, and started matching it to the actual house. That's when I saw it. On paper, the house was a few feet longer than it was in reality. Not a lot, just enough for one small room. A room that didn't exist. No window, no closet, no door. According to the blueprint, it should have been right above me, right along the side of the attic. I thought it was a mistake until I went up there, until I saw the newer section of wall where that extra room should have been. Smooth, perfect, seamless. And that night, lying in bed underneath it, staring up into the dark, I heard it for the first time. 3 slow, hollow knocks from inside the wall. If you think old houses just make noises, that's fine. I did too. But by the time the police pulled the bones out of that hidden space, by the time whatever was living in there realized it didn't have to stay, it was already too late. This is what happened when I opened a wall that shouldn't have been there. And if you're listening to this in a house that creaks at night, you might want to pay attention. 1.1. The call and the funeral. I didn't know my uncle was dead until my phone lit up at work. It was a Thursday. The kind of gray East Coast afternoon where the sky looks like a dirty ceiling tile. I was sitting at my desk in a cramped open office, half listening to a customer complain about their VPN while I stared at the spinning circle on my monitor. My coffee was already cold. There was a half-eaten breakfast sandwich in its wrapper by my keyboard, and my landlord had texted me an hour earlier about another small rent adjustment starting next month. So, just a normal, mildly depressing day. When my phone buzzed again, I glanced down expecting another email or spam call. The caller ID just said, unknown. I almost ignored it, but the ticket I was waiting on froze again, and I thought, screw it. I'll let someone else pick up the queue for a second. Hey, this is Daniel, I answered, doing that automatic customer service voice. There was a pause on the other end. Then, Daniel O'Connor. My heart did that weird little stutter. Only family ever says my full name like that. Yeah, I said, already bracing. Who's this? This is Alan Morris. I'm an attorney in New Jersey. Is this a good time to talk? Attorneys don't call you with good news in the middle of a Thursday. Not in my experience. Anyway, I'm at work. I said, swiveling my chair a little away from my coworkers. What's going on?" He cleared his throat. You could hear papers rustling, the sound of someone trying to find a script for bad news. "I'm calling in regard to your uncle, Mark Hennessy. I'm very sorry to tell you this over the phone, but your uncle passed away last week." For a second, I just stared at my monitor while the words bounced around in my head like they didn't know where to land. "My Uncle Mark," I repeated, stupidly, as if I had more than one. "Yes, I represent his estate. Your aunt provided me with your contact information. I'm sorry. He died in his home. The medical examiner's office has ruled it an accidental fall." My customer was still talking in my headset, something about not being able to access his email. My stomach dropped. I slid my headset off my ears and muted my mic without saying goodbye. "How?" when I asked. His neighbors called the police for a wellness check. Morris said they noticed he hadn't been outside in a few days and there was a smell. He was found at the bottom of his stairs. It appears he fell sometime during the weekend. The smell. I pressed my fingers into my eyelids until stars flared behind them. I haven't talked to him in a while. I admitted that felt wrong to say to a stranger. But it was true. Uncle Mark was one of those relatives who existed in the background of my childhood and then just faded out. A Christmas card here or there, a Facebook like. Nothing real. "That's very common," the lawyer said, like he was reading it off a pamphlet. "I know this is a lot to process. There will be a small service on Saturday, in town. Your aunt asked that I invite you, and there are some matters regarding his will that we'll need to go over as well." Of course there were. Traffic roared down I-95 somewhere beyond the tinted office windows. The fluorescent lights hummed. Someone laughed too loud at a joke across the room. And for a moment, everything sounded very far away, like I was underwater. "Yeah," I said. "Okay. Just email me the details." When I hung up, my Starbucks cup was sweating onto my desk. My hands wouldn't stop shaking long enough to take a sip. The funeral was small. It was in one of those nondescript funeral homes that all look the same: beige walls, heavy curtains, a smell that's half flowers and half chemical. There were maybe 15 people there, mostly extended family I hadn't seen outside of Facebook in years. My Aunt Patty hugged me too hard at the door, her perfume cloying and sweet. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry, like she'd run out of tears a few days ago and was just going through the motions now. "I'm so glad you came," she said, squeezing my arms. "He always liked you, you know. Said you were the only one who didn't treat him like a lost cause. That stunned me more than the news of his death had. I didn't know what to do with that. So I just nodded. The casket was closed. There was a framed photo of him on a stand, Uncle Mark in his 40s, standing in front of a grill at some long-ago barbecue, beer in hand, squinting into the sun. He looked like a guy who told dad jokes and forgot birthdays, not like a man who'd lain on his own hardwood floor for days while the neighbors waited for the smell to get bad enough to call someone. Most of the talking wasn't about him, though. As people drifted between chairs and the weak coffee station, the topic kept slipping back to the house. At least the house didn't go to the state this time. My cousin Jenna muttered to me, low enough that Aunt Patty wouldn't hear. She had a styrofoam cup in her hands and a bored, angry look on her face. You know how they are. They'll slap a notice on the door and let it rot for 10 years. I frowned. What do you mean? This time she shrugged. Grandma and Grandpa's place. different situation. Long story. You were in college when that all went down. I hadn't been around much for any of it. I was too busy flunking statistics and getting married too young to a woman who eventually decided she was tired of scraping by with a guy who couldn't keep his head above water. By the time we divorced, everyone else seemed to have their lives figured out, and I was the one still juggling student loans and part-time jobs. Uncle Mark was just a name on a Christmas card with a $20 bill tucked inside. Now his whole life had been compressed into this room and a couple of vague comments about real estate. After the service, I didn't go to the little gathering at Patty's house. I drove. The GPS guided me through town to his address, like it was just another task on my list. Turn left, turn right, merge. The sun was already starting to dip, painting everything in that flat winter light that makes even nice neighborhoods look exhausted. His house was on a quiet street lined with old maples and cracked sidewalks. Kids' bikes lay on lawns, and someone had left their Christmas lights up even though it was February. When I pulled up in front of his place, I had to check the number twice to make sure it was the right one. It was a 2-story, wood-sided house, the paint peeling in strips like sunburnt skin. The front steps sagged a little to one side. The yard was overgrown with dead grass and a couple of stubborn bushes that had grown wild. There was a narrow driveway leading to a detached garage that leaned like it had given up sometime in the 90s. And up at the very top, centered over the second floor, was a tiny attic window, just a vertical slit of glass with flaking white trim, facing the backyard. Dark behind it, empty. Or at least, it looked empty from where I sat in my car. I killed the engine and just watched the house for a minute. A movement in my peripheral vision made me glance to the right. Across the street, a woman in a puffy jacket stood at her mailbox, holding a handful of envelopes but not looking at them. She was looking at me, at the car, at the house. Her expression wasn't curious. It was measuring, like she was trying to decide if she should say something. When our eyes met, she startled a little, forced a small wave, and ducked back inside her own house without checking her mail. I sat there a while longer, then put the car in drive and pulled away. I told myself I'd come back when I could talk to the lawyer, when it was official, when it was my house to walk into. We met at his office 2 days later. Morris was exactly what I expected, late 50s, thinning hair, tie too tight, surrounded by bulging file cabinets and dusty law books. The blinds were half closed, letting in strips of light that fell across the polished table where the paperwork waited. He walked me through the will in a calm, practiced voice. Uncle Mark hadn't had much cash, a checking account with a few $100s, a beat-up sedan that barely ran, no spouse, no kids, no mysterious assets. The primary asset is the real property, Morris said, tapping a page. The house at 178 Hanover. I stared at the address, and that goes to who? He looked over the top of his glasses at me. To you. Me. You're the closest living relative who isn't already financially secure. His words, not mine, he added, almost apologetically. There are some back taxes and a small remaining mortgage balance, but nothing unmanageable. From what I can see, I didn't say anything for a moment. It felt like he'd told me I'd just inherited a small planet. I can't exactly afford a house, I said finally. I can barely afford my apartment. You're already paying rent, he pointed out. The monthly mortgage on that property is significantly lower. You'd be responsible for utilities, maintenance, of course. But it's a chance. A chance. That's what everyone kept calling it. Like my uncle's death was some kind of cosmic door prize I was lucky to win. How long was he? I swallowed. How long was he there before they found him? Morris's polite mask slipped a little. The neighbors reported a odor. After about 3 days, the medical examiner estimates he'd been deceased for that long before discovery. He fell near the bottom of the stairs, likely a broken neck. I'm told he was alone. Something cold settled into the base of my spine. I pictured him lying there in the half-dark. The house quiet, except for whatever old house noises I'd heard myself when I'd driven by. For 3 days, maybe 4. Right, I said, forcing my hand to steady as I picked up the pen. So I just sign here, here, and here, Morris said, sliding the papers toward me. I signed my name so many times it started to look wrong. When it was done, he shook my hand and told me congratulations. Like I'd just closed on a condo I chose instead of inheriting a dead man's half-rotten life. I didn't remember most of the drive after that. My head buzzed. My phone sat face down in the cup holder. I didn't want to see any more missed calls or emails or reminders. By the time I stepped through the front door of the house on Hanover Street, the sun was low enough that it slanted in through the blinds at a sharp angle, turning every dust mote into a tiny, floating ghost. The air inside smelled like someone had tried very hard to get rid of another smell. Bleach and something under the bleach. The kind of scent that clings to the back of your throat. The living room was empty, no couch, no TV. Just faint outlines on the floor where furniture had been. The walls were scuffed, the hardwood scratched. My footsteps echoed more than they should have. I walked a slow circle, taking it in. This was mine now. The cracked ceiling, the crooked light switches, the long shadow from the staircase railing stretching across the floor. Above me, the house creaked, one long, slow complaint of wood shifting against itself. I stopped and looked up at the ceiling automatically, like I'd be able to see through it. Guess this is home now, I whispered, my voice sounding small in the empty room. Somewhere overhead, the boards answered with one more soft, deliberate creak. 1.2 moving in. Moving in should have felt like some kind of fresh start. It didn't. It just felt like work. The next weekend, I rented a battered 20-foot U-Haul from a place off Route 1. The guy behind the counter didn't care that I was inheriting the truckload of a dead man's life. He handed me the keys, circled the pre-existing dents on a carbon copy form, and reminded me they'd charge extra if I brought it back without a full tank. I drove it back to my apartment, the engine rattling like it was held together with duct tape and prayer. My entire life fit into a handful of mismatched boxes, a cheap mattress, a particle board desk, and a TV that had one long crack down the side of the frame. I loaded everything by myself. Spotify blared through a Bluetooth speaker I kept balancing on the nearest box. Something loud and familiar, just to keep my brain from wandering to the fact that I was hauling this stuff out of a place that, for all its problems, had never smelled like bleach and old ghosts. By the time I pulled up to Hanover Street with the truck full, the sky was a washed-out blue, and my shirt was glued to my back with sweat. I backed the U-Haul into the driveway like someone who had never driven anything larger than a Honda Civic, which, to be fair, I hadn't. The neighborhood was quiet. A few cars passed. Somewhere down the block, a lawnmower droned. I wrestled my mattress out of the truck and up the front steps, swearing under my breath every time a corner slammed into the doorframe. It felt weird, putting my things into someone else's house, like I was contaminating a museum exhibit. I was halfway through hauling in a box of kitchen stuff when I heard a voice. "Need a hand with that?" I turned. A woman stood at the edge of the yard, holding a covered plate in both hands. She was somewhere in her late 40s or early 50s, with a practical bob haircut and a sweatshirt with the local high school's mascot on it. The kind of woman who knows everyone's business on the block before the mailman does. "Oh, I'm okay," I said, automatically adjusting my grip on the box to look less pathetic. "Just taking my time." She smiled, stepping closer, up close. I could see fine lines around her eyes that didn't quite match the forced brightness in them. "You're Mark's nephew, right?" she asked. "Patty's boy, yeah. Daniel." I shifted the box to one hip and stuck out my free hand. "Nice to meet you." "Karen," she said. "Of course." She juggled the plate and shook my hand. "Welcome to the neighborhood." She lifted the plate an inch. "I brought cookies." "I know. Very cliché. But, you know." She dropped her voice. "After everything, I thought it'd be nice to have something normal." "Thanks," I said, suddenly very aware of how much dust there was on the windowsills behind me. I set the box down and took the plate. Warm chocolate chip smell puffed up through the foil. My stomach growled in betrayal. "If you need anything," she went on. "Tools, numbers for a good plumber, someone to watch the house if you're gone. We're right across the street. My husband, Tom. He's retired. He notices things." "Yeah," I asked. She glanced at the house, at the dark rectangle of the front door yawning behind me. "He was the one who realized your uncle's car hadn't moved. And, well," she trailed off, pressing her lips together. "The smell," I said quietly. She winced. "Yeah, that. Poor man." I shifted my weight, the plate of cookies suddenly heavier in my hands. "Did you know him well?" She shrugged, rubbing her wrists with her palms like she was cold. "We tried. He kept to himself. Didn't really come to the block parties or anything. But he wasn't a bad neighbor. No loud music, no drama. Just..." Her gaze slid upward, toward the second story, then higher, to that tiny attic window squinting over the roofline. "He didn't like going up there," she said. "Your uncle, Tom says he heard him, one time, telling the cable guy he never went up there if he could help it." She gestured vaguely above us, like up there was a direction everyone instinctively understood. It sent a small, stupid chill up my spine. I laughed it off. "Well, can't blame him. Attics suck. Some more than others," she murmured, almost too quiet to hear. I pretended I hadn't heard that part. We chatted a little longer garbage days, parking rules, the best pizza in town, normal things. Then she went back across the street, waving, and I went back to dragging my life inside. By late afternoon, the U-Haul was empty. My mattress was propped awkwardly against the bedroom wall upstairs, still wrapped in its plastic. My TV sat on the floor of the living room like a guest waiting for furniture. Boxes were stacked in crooked towers in every room. I took a moment to actually look at the place now that some of my stuff was in it. The house had that particular old wood stillness, like a held breath. The floors groaned under my steps, long boards that complained in low, tired voices. The walls were stained a jaundiced yellow from decades of nicotine. Every time I brushed past, I half expected my sleeve to come away sticky. Faded framed prints from the 80s still hung where someone had decided they belonged 30 years ago. Generic landscapes, sailboats, a bowl of fruit. There were ghostly rectangles of unfaded paint where larger pieces had once been, now gone. I walked through the kitchen, ran my hand over the chipped laminate counters, opened and closed cabinets that stuck halfway. Past the kitchen, a narrow hallway led to the back door and up a tight flight of stairs to the second floor. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom lined the hall. The bathroom smelled faintly of mildew and old shampoo. The smallest bedroom still had a dusty twin bed frame and a curtain patterned with cartoon dinosaurs, a leftover from someone else's childhood. In the middle of the upstairs hallway ceiling, directly above the spot where the boards creaked the loudest, was a rectangular panel with a frayed, stained string hanging down. The attic. I stood under it, staring up. The panel was outlined in faint gray, a darker shadow in the dim light. I wrapped my fingers around the string and gave it a tentative tug. Something on the other side resisted with a low, dry squeal, like a throat clearing. The panel shifted, then stuck. Dust sifted down in a lazy cloud. Later, I muttered, letting the string go. It swung for a few seconds, then hung still again, like a pendulum that had made up its mind. I picked the largest bedroom and dragged my mattress in there, ripping the plastic off so it flopped onto the floor with a dull thud. No bed frame yet, no headboard, just a mattress on wood, like a college kid. By the time the sun went down, my back felt like someone had driven a truck over it, ironically, not the one I'd rented. I returned the U-Haul, grabbed drive-through from a place off the highway, and headed back to Hanover with a paper bag of salty fries and a burger sweating through its wrapper. There was no table yet, so I sat cross-legged on the living room floor, my dinner spread out on an upturned moving box. The TV was plugged in but not mounted anywhere, propped against the wall. I found a basic cable channel playing some forgettable sitcom rerun and left it on for background noise. Between commercials, the silence in the house pressed in. You don't realize how thick quiet can be until you're sitting in an empty, unfamiliar room with the volume turned down. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the faint tick of a cheap wall clock somebody had left behind, a distant dog barking 2 streets over. Every sound felt magnified. I chewed faster than I needed to, like finishing the food would get me out of that room quicker. Grease soaked into the cardboard under my fingers. On the TV, canned laughter erupted, too loud and too cheerful. Then, somewhere above me, something tapped. Just once. A light, sharp tick, like a marble dropped onto wood. I froze, a fry halfway to my mouth. The sound came from somewhere overhead, more toward the front of the house than the back. It could have been anything. A branch, the house settling, a squirrel. I waited, nothing. The sitcom laugh track rolled on, my heart, which had spiked into my throat, slowly unclenched. Old house, I told myself, out loud, just to hear a human voice. They make noise. That's what they do. I reached for the remote and nudged the volume up a few notches anyway. Later, after I'd thrown away the wrappers and brushed my teeth in the dim, humming bathroom, I lay on the mattress in the dark, phone screen glowing blue above my face. The unfamiliar shapes of the room loomed around me, the doorway, the open closet, the single tall window with its crooked blind. Outside, a distant car passed, headlights sweeping briefly under the crack of the shade. I put on a podcast just to have something in my ears that wasn't my own thoughts. Set the timer for 30 minutes and turned the screen off. At some point, I must have drifted. When I blinked awake, the room was darker. The podcast had gone silent. My phone face down on the floor cast a faint rectangle of light on the boards from a notification. What woke me up wasn't a dream. It was a sound. A soft, irregular shuffling overhead, like something dragging lightly across the boards on the other side of the ceiling. A weight shifting. A hesitant step. Then a pause. Then another. I stared up into the dark, my breath shallow. The heating had turned off. The house was holding its breath with me. My hand groped for the phone. The screen flared bright, making me squint. 214A, glowed back at me in white numbers. Probably squirrels, I whispered. My voice didn't sound convinced, even to me. Or raccoons. Whatever New Jersey has. The sound stopped when I spoke, as if it were listening. I lay there, counting heartbeats, telling myself all the logical things old houses settle. Animals get into attics. I'm tired. I'm on edge. Sleep crept back in slowly, like standing in a cold pool 1 inch at a time. My eyelids grew heavy. The shuffling didn't return. I was just about to slip under again when something knocked. Not a tap, not a random creak. A single, hollow knock from somewhere directly above the bedroom, like knuckles on wood. I sat up so fast the mattress squeaked. My ears rang with the rush of blood. Silence. The only sound was my own breathing and the tiny ticking of that wall clock downstairs, drifting up through the floorboards. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Nothing. Eventually, I lay back down, staring at the ceiling until my eyes burned. I decided that if it was squirrels, they at least had very good timing. 1.3 paperwork and numbers that don't add up. The next morning was aggressively ordinary. Sunlight came in weak and pale through the bedroom window. My back hurt from the mattress on the floor. My throat was dry from whatever junk food I'd inhaled the night before, for a few seconds. Waking up, I forgot where I was and reached for the wall where my old apartment window used to be. My hand hit empty air. Then I remembered new house. Dead uncle. Squirrels with suspicious timing. The silence upstairs felt heavier in the daylight, but somehow less personal in the morning. You can blame anything weird on sleep. Night is when your brain starts assigning names to things. I forced myself into motion. Shower, clothes, coffee from a sad little drip machine I'd unpacked. The water ran rust-colored for a moment before clearing, which I decided not to think about too hard. Then came the chores. Owning a house, I was learning, was just like being poor in a slightly bigger box with more phone calls to make. I started with the power company, sat at the kitchen counter with my phone on speaker, listening to tinny classical music and a recorded voice telling me my call was very important to them while I filled out change of address forms on my laptop. Finally, a tired-sounding woman picked up, took down the account number, muttered something about meter readings, and told me someone would come out sometime this week to verify. Next was the internet. The representative on that line was way too cheerful for 9:30 in the morning, but after 20 minutes of scripts and upsell attempts, I had an install date and the vague promise of up to speeds that I doubted I'd ever see. Then homeowner's insurance. That one felt like climbing a bureaucratic mountain in flip-flops. The agent, a man whose voice somehow sounded like he wore a tie even over the phone, started rattling off questions. Year the house was built, type of roof, distance to nearest fire hydrant, any history of flooding, burglary, fire. I dug through the folder the lawyer had given me, flipping pages while he waited politely. And square footage, he asked. Approximate is fine for now. I frowned, staring at a sheet titled Property Summary. I've got a number here, 2154. Is that right? That's what we have on file from the county, he said. Is that consistent with what you've been told? I mean, I haven't exactly measured the place. I said, it feels big enough, I guess. He chuckled. Well, we'll go with the county figure for the quote. Then, if there are any major discrepancies when we send someone out to appraise, we'll adjust. I said, sure, sounds good. But the word discrepancies hung in my mind like a spider on a thread. When the call finally ended, I closed the laptop and just sat there at the kitchen table, staring at the manila folder. 2,154 square feet. That was a number. It didn't mean anything to me yet. I looked around the kitchen. The room was long and narrow, with just enough space for a small table at one end. Counters lined one wall, appliances the other. I tried to imagine that number wrapping around me in invisible lines, fitting exactly over the bones of the house like skin. It bothered me that I was taking someone else's word for it. Better to know. By mid-afternoon, I was sitting in a plastic chair in the county records office, the kind of place where time goes to take a nap. The ceiling buzzed with fluorescent lights. A TV mounted in the corner played a muted daytime talk show with the captions turned on. The clerk at the counter looked like she'd been born behind it and had never fully forgiven the world for that. She slid the request form back to me under bulletproof glass. Property maps and building plans are $7 per page, she said, in a tone that suggested she'd said the same sentence 4,000 times this year. You sure you want the whole packet? Yes, I said. Please. She punched numbers into an ancient terminal, then disappeared into a back room. I watched dust motes drift through a shaft of sunlight from a high window, thinking about that attic ladder string and the way it had resisted when I pulled it. Eventually, she returned with a stapled set of large format pages rolled in a cardboard tube. She slid it to me, had me sign a receipt, and went back to her chair without another word. The paper smelled like dust and toner and something older underneath, like it had lived in a drawer since before I was born. Back home, the house felt a little less hostile in the late-day light. I set the tube on the kitchen table, grabbed a beer from the fridge, the only thing in there besides takeout containers, and eased the documents out. They unfurled across the table with a soft crackle. Big, blue ink lines on off-white paper. Little stamps and signatures in the corners. The date in the lower right-hand corner, 1963. Notes along one edge indicated later modifications, updated electrical. In 84, some kind of roof work in 97. I took a long sip of beer, set the bottle down, and leaned over the plans. The ground floor was easy to recognize. Living room on the left as you walked in. Stairs to the right. Kitchen and a little dining area in the back. Small bathroom tucked near the rear door. The little closet where my cleaning supplies now lived was labeled coat. Someone had scribbled a note there at some point, illegible pencil marks. The second floor looked right, too. 3 squares labeled bedroom, 1 labeled bath, a thin hallway down the middle, The dimensions along each wall matched what the insurance sheet said. Then there was the attic. On the page, it was drawn as one big open space, broken only by the outline of the chimney rising up through one section. No interior walls, no dividing lines, just a rectangle with measurements along each side. Numbers neatly printed: length, width, height at center. I traced the perimeter with my fingertip, the way you do with a maze in a children's book. It seemed straightforward. Then I frowned. I knew, roughly, how wide the house felt when I stood in the upstairs hall, how far it was from the wall with the windows to the wall where the attic ladder was mounted. The numbers on the blueprint said one thing. My body said another. I grabbed a tape measure from the box labeled tools and random crap and headed upstairs. There's something oddly intimate about measuring a space you're alone in. The metal tape whispered and hissed out of its casing. The hook clinked against baseboards and door frames. I felt like I was taking the house's pulse. I started with the second floor, from one end of the hall to the other, corner to corner. I measured, then hauled the numbers back downstairs to compare. They matched almost perfectly with the 80-something-year-old architect's neat handwriting. Then I went back up and stood under the attic hatch. The blueprint said the attic was the same footprint as the second floor, minus some space eaten by the roof slope. The length from front to back should have been. I checked the number again. Just over 30 feet. I tugged the hatch string, this time committing to it. The wood panel came down with a reluctant groan, the folding ladder unfolding in jerky segments until it touched the floor. Dust floated in the air like ash. I climbed one rung, then another, until my head popped up into the attic. I didn't need to go all the way in yet. I just needed a straight line, from the frontmost reachable beam to the backmost, as far as the tape would stretch in a single shot. I measured. My fingers fumbled a little. The wood under my knees felt warmer than the air. The number, when I squinted at it in the dim light, was shorter. Not by much. A couple of feet, 2.5, maybe 3, but enough that, over the span of a house, Chupin, you noticed. Enough that you could stand in the upstairs hallway and feel that an invisible slice of space was missing, like someone had taken a bite out of the floor plan and plastered over it. I did it again, from a different angle. Got the same result. Back downstairs, I wrote the numbers on a notepad. Blueprint length, actual length, circled the difference. A strip of missing volume, running along the side of the attic adjacent to the chimney. What would that look like from inside a false wall? A thickened section. Maybe some kind of built-out storage chase, except there was nothing like that in the attic. Just that solid, suspiciously newer-looking stretch of wall I hadn't wanted to think too hard about. I stared at the plans, the ink lines seeming to shift under my gaze, the crisp rectangle of the attic replaying itself in my mind over the cramped, dusty reality upstairs. Someone had drawn this the way the house was supposed to be. At some point, the house had stopped matching. I drummed my fingers on the table. The beer went warm beside my hand. The fridge hummed, somewhere in the walls. A pipe ticked as it cooled. As I leaned closer, my own breath fogging the surface of the plastic sleeve over the paper, I noticed something I'd missed before. Along one side of the attic rectangle, right where the line indicating the outer wall met the line for the chimney, there was a faint smudge of graphite that didn't match the original blue ink. Someone had written there in pencil. The letters were small, almost an afterthought, squeezed into the margin. They were faint enough that I had to angle the paper to catch the light. Check this wall. The handwriting wasn't the neat drafting-style script of the original architect. It was rougher, more hurried. It looked familiar, like the signature I'd seen on the will. I straightened slowly, the kitchen swimming a little in the corner of my vision. Above me, past the ceiling, past the second floor, and the attic hatch, and the dusty beams I hadn't really explored yet. The house creaked again, a small, settling sound, like someone shifting their weight in an upstairs chair. I sat there with the blueprint under my hands. The words, "check this wall," staring up at me, and realized that the first real problem with this house wasn't the mortgage. It was whatever was wrong with that wall. 2.1 climbing up for a couple of days. I pretended the attic didn't exist. I told myself I was busy. There were boxes to unpack, a cheap bed frame to assemble, a shower curtain to hang. I spent way too long arguing with a customer service bot about my internet installation window. I scrubbed nicotine stains off the kitchen walls until my shoulders ached. Every time I walked down the upstairs hallway, though, that hatch was there, a pale rectangle in the ceiling, with its dirty, frayed string dangling just low enough to brush my hair if I wasn't careful. Check this wall. The pencil-scrawled words on the blueprint had been sitting under a magnet on the fridge since the night I brought the plans home. I'd find myself staring at them while waiting for my coffee to drip, or while microwaving leftovers, tracing the attic outline with my eyes again and again. Eventually, curiosity and anxiety outvoted denial. One afternoon, with the house empty and quiet, I stood under the hatch and took a deep breath like I was about to go on stage. It's just an attic, I told myself, just insulation and dead spiders. Saying it out loud didn't help much, but it felt better than thinking it. I grabbed the string. It felt slightly sticky, the way old cotton cord does when it's been touched by sweaty hands for years. I gave it a firm tug. The hatch resisted for a second, then jerked open with a low, grinding squeal that sounded almost offended. Dust sifted down in slow motion, some of it catching the light from the hallway window like tiny drifting gnats, some of it going straight into my eyes and mouth. I coughed, blinking, waving my hand through the cloud. Above me, the folding ladder unfolded in jerky segments, each joint snapping into place with a hollow clack. The wood was rough under my fingers as I steadied it, a patchwork of darker stains where hands and shoes had worn it smooth over time. For a moment, I just stared up into the opening, at the gray dimness beyond. The rectangle of darkness felt like a mouth. If I see a single clown up there, I'm burning this place down, I muttered. Because being an idiot is how I cope with fear. One foot on the first rung, then the second. The ladder creaked under my weight in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Step creak, step creak. When my head finally breached the opening, the first thing that hit me was the smell. It was dry up there. Not damp, not moldy, dry. Like paper and old wood and dust that had been undisturbed for so long, it had developed its own personality. The air tasted stale, like the inside of a cardboard box left in a garage for a decade. I hauled myself all the way up, knees on the rough beam, and straightened slowly, for some reason. I'd expected to have to crouch, to hunch under low rafters like every movie attic ever. Instead, I found myself standing almost fully upright. The peak of the roof was high above my head, a dark triangle. The space stretched out longer and wider than I'd imagined sitting below it all those nights. It felt like stepping into the hollow skull of the house. Uneven beams crisscrossed underfoot. some of them topped with random patches of plywood, where someone had decided walking directly on the joists was a bad idea. Between them, the insulation lay like dirty cotton candy pink turned gray at the edges, torn in places, spilling fibrous fluff. Stacks of boxes loomed in haphazard towers, Christmas decorations spilling tinsel, yellowed newspapers bound with twine, a broken floor lamp with its shade dented inward like someone had punched it years ago, cardboard gone soft and water-stained in the corners. I clicked on the bare bulb hanging from a cord near the hatch. It flickered to life hesitantly, buzzing like an annoyed insect. The light it cast was weak and yellow, not strong enough to chase away the shadows between the beams. The tiny attic window at the far end let in a thin, pale strip of daylight. It painted a rectangle on the floor that looked almost solid compared to the gloom around it. Dust danced lazily in that slice of brightness, disturbed by my presence. Down below, the sounds of the house were muted. The faint hum of the refrigerator became a distant vibration. Traffic on the street blurred into a low, constant backdrop. Up here, my own breath was the loudest thing. Every small movement made the wood answer back. A creak under my shoe. The soft tick of cooling nails. Once, from somewhere deeper in the shadows, a tiny skitter too fast to place like something small had just changed its mind about being seen. Probably a mouse, I said softly. My voice sounded wrong in the attic. Too human, too fleshy. I moved carefully, placing my feet only where there was solid wood beneath, imagining the long drop through the drywall to the hallway below if I missed. My sweat felt cold against my back despite the still air. From this angle, the layout of the attic came into focus. The bulk of the space mirrored the second floor underneath, long and narrow. On one side, the slope of the roof came down low enough that you'd have to duck. The chimney rose up near the middle, a solid brick column cutting the space almost in half. And there, along the far side, was the wall. Up close, it was obvious it didn't belong to the same era as everything else. The rest of the attic's inner surfaces were rough. Old boards and exposed studs, plaster gone to powder around nails. This wall, though this one was smooth, plaster or drywall, finished and painted a dingy off-white that didn't quite match the older wood. No nail holes where someone had hung things and taken them down again. No cracks radiating from old impacts. Just a clean, straight expanse running the length of the house on that side. According to the blueprint, there should have been more attic beyond it. A continuation of the space, maybe a crawl area following the outer wall. Instead, there was this barrier. No door, no hatch, no obvious access panel. Nothing to suggest it was hollow on the other side and not just some impossibly thick outer wall. I stepped closer, the boards creaking in protest under my boots. The chill that slid over my skin had nothing to do with the temperature. "Check this wall," I murmured, remembering the faint pencil line on the plan downstairs, standing right in front of it. I could see faint differences in texture where sections had been plastered over at different times. Most of it, though, looked like it had been done in one go. Someone had sealed whatever was behind it completely and deliberately. I raised a hand, half expecting to feel a vibration under my palm. The surface was cool and strangely smooth compared to the splintered beams around it. No humming, no whisper of movement. I gave it a gentle rapping knock with my knuckles. The sound it made was deceptively normal, a dull, solid thud, not the hollow echo I'd braced for. I told myself that was good. Solid was good. Solid meant there was nothing behind it but insulation and framing and whatever strange choices mid-century contractors made. turning away. I decided I'd seen enough for one trip. My lungs were starting to itch from the dust, and a fine layer of it had settled on my arms and hair. I'd come back later with gloves, maybe a mask, maybe even a shop vac if I could borrow one. Do this properly, not like some idiot in a horror movie strolling into danger barefoot. I took a step back, angling myself toward the hatch. My foot caught the edge of a beam I hadn't seen, my weight shifting onto a patch of insulation instead of wood. The world dropped. My right leg punched through the fluffy pink like it wasn't even there. For a fraction of a second, there was nothing under my foot, no resistance, no floor. Then the brittle crack of drywall giving way exploded around my shin as it broke through the ceiling of the room below. I shouted without meaning to, grabbing for the nearest beam with both hands. Pain flared up my calf where ragged gypsum bit into my skin. Dust and bits of plaster rained down past my dangling foot. I hung there, half in the attic and half out of the world, heart pounding against my ribs. The bulb swung overhead, throwing crazy shadows. The idea of not catching myself, of following my leg through that hole and hitting the floor downstairs, flashed through my mind hard enough to make me nauseous, like my uncle did. The phrase came unbidden, uninvited. I pictured him at the bottom of the stairs instead, but the idea snapped back to my body hanging here, vulnerable, one wrong move away from a similar broken neck in another part of the house. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my leg back through the hole with a hiss. The edge scraped my skin again, leaving a hot sting behind. I rolled onto the nearest secure stretch of plywood and lay there for a second on my back, staring up into the angled darkness of the roof. "Great job," I muttered, breathless, real graceful. When my hands stopped shaking, I sat up and checked the damage. The drywall around the hole in the attic floor was cracked outward in a jagged circle, like a bullet hole in reverse. I could see down into the room below. It was the small bedroom with the dinosaur curtains. My calf had a shallow, angry red scrape ringed with white dust, but the skin wasn't broken enough to bleed much. It would bruise, but I wasn't going to the ER trying to explain how I lost a fight with gravity in my own house. Not yet. That was enough attic for one day. As I pushed myself carefully to my feet, something caught my eye near the base of the newer wall. Half hidden beneath a sagging tower of cardboard boxes was a glint of dull metal. Just a corner of it showed through where the boxes didn't quite meet the floor. Long, low, and rectangular. Not part of the house. Something stored. Or maybe hidden. I took one step toward it, then stopped. My leg throbbed. My head ached dully from the adrenaline crash. "Later," I said again, but this time it was a promise as much as an excuse. With gloves and a mask and maybe a priest, I backed toward the hatch, testing each board before trusting it with my weight. When I reached the opening and set my foot on the top rung of the ladder, the whole frame shuddered a little under me. The bulb hummed above, insects orbiting it in slow, stupid circles. That's when it happened. A sound broke the attic silence sharp enough to slice through it, soft enough that, if the house had been noisier, I might have convinced myself I imagined it. From the far side, from the direction of that smooth, newer wall, came a thump. Not the random creak of wood, not insulation settling. A single, hollow thump, like something heavy had bumped the other side of the wall, or like a fist, muffled by plaster, had struck once and then gone still. I froze halfway down the ladder, one hand white-knuckled on the rung, one foot searching blindly for the next step below, my ears strained. The attic seemed to hold its breath again, dust motes hanging perfectly still in the dim light. My own heartbeat roared in my head, loud enough that it was hard to hear anything else. "Hello," I said before I could stop myself. The word sounded stupid and frail in the dry air. No answer. No second knock. Just the faint buzz of the bulb. The distant, muffled hum of the world outside the house, and the bitter taste of dust on my tongue. After a long, stretched-out moment, I found the next rung and took it, then another. Each step down felt like peeling myself away from something that was listening. By the time I folded the ladder up and let the hatch close with a soft, final click, my shirt was damp with a cold sweat that hadn't been there when I'd climbed up. Inheriting a house, I realized, meant inheriting all its secrets too. And this one had at least one that didn't want to stay quietly behind a wall. 2.2 The lockbox. I spent the next morning pretending none of it had happened. The knock, the near fall through the ceiling, the feeling of that smooth, too perfect wall at my back. All of it got folded up and shoved into the mental drawer labeled stuff I'm not dealing with right now. Instead, I did normal things, or at least things that looked normal from the outside. I made a grocery list, because apparently people with houses are supposed to put real food in their kitchens. Bread, eggs, coffee, something green so I could pretend I cared about my health. The drive to Walmart took 15 minutes. I parked under a dead light pole and walked through sliding doors that wheezed like the ones at the funeral home. Inside, everything was too bright and too loud. Kids crying, carts squeaking, some pop song playing overhead about falling in love in a club. Or maybe in a Target you could swap the brand names out and no one would notice. I moved through the aisles like a ghost, grabbing canned soup, cereal, a rotisserie chicken sweating inside its plastic dome. At the self-checkout, the machine barked at me when I didn't put the item in the bagging area fast enough. A bored employee in a blue vest asked how my day was going without looking at me. "Just moved into a new place," I heard myself say, trying to stock up. "Oh, nice," she said, eyes still on her screen. "Congrats." Congrats, again, like I'd won something. Back at the house, I unloaded the bags onto counters that still smelled faintly of bleach and old grease. I microwaved a frozen burrito for lunch, watching it rotate behind the smeared glass. The digital clock on the stove blinked 12 o'clock over and over, accusingly, because I still hadn't set it. I told myself the thump I'd heard in the attic was a box settling, the house inhaling, maybe me bumping something without realizing. Old houses make noises. That's what everyone says. I repeated it like a prayer every time I caught myself glancing up at the ceiling. But denial has a short half-life when the evidence is sitting 3 feet above your head like a secret. By late afternoon, the light through the windows had gone golden, slanting across the floorboards and turning the dust in the air into visible strings. The house felt expectant. If I didn't go back up there, I knew I'd just lie awake all night imagining every tiny creak was that wall answering me. "Fine," I muttered, more to myself than to the house. Round 2. This time, I came prepared. I pulled a dust mask from a box of leftover COVID supplies, looped it over my ears, slipped on a pair of work gloves I'd bought for yard work I hadn't started yet, grabbed a decent flashlight from the drawer where I kept batteries and takeout menus. Upstairs, the attic string waited in the same spot, like it had been holding its breath. I pulled the hatch down. The ladder unfolded with the same protesting squeal. but it felt less like a jump scare now and more like a rehearsal. I climbed carefully, mindful of where the drywall had given way under my foot the last time. The ragged hole in the bedroom ceiling below was still there, a reminder of how close I'd come to making the same kind of exit my uncle had. The attic greeted me with the same dry, breathless air. The bulb flickered on when I pulled its chain, buzzing. Shadows crouched in the corners and between box stacks. I made my way toward the newer wall, the flashlight beam cutting a wider path in the yellow haze of the bulb. My boot scuffed a loose nail. It skittered away with a sharp metallic ping that set my teeth on edge. The boxes near the wall were stacked 3, 4 high. Old packing tape had yellowed and peeled. Sharpie labels had faded into illegible gray scribbles: XMAS, MySC, Mark's shit. One tower leaned at a precarious angle, ready to become an avalanche if I breathed wrong. I started slowly, sliding the top box off the stack closest to the wall and setting it aside on a more secure patch of plywood. It was lighter than it looked. Inside, something clinked loosely ornaments. Maybe. The next box groaned as I lifted it, cardboard sagging under the weight of whatever was inside. A corner tore, spilling out a cascade of tangled extension cords and a plastic wreath. Underneath, the third box was half collapsed. I nudged it aside with my foot, careful not to step where it had been. That was when I saw it. A corner of gray metal, flush to the floor, catching just enough light to gleam dully under the dust. I knelt, the board under me squeaking. My gloved fingers brushed away the insulation fuzz and grit around it. It was a low, rectangular box, about 2 feet long, the top mottled with rust spots like old bruises. Someone had slapped a couple of stickers on it years ago, one peeling American flag, one faded logo for some long-defunct sports team. 2 small latches held the lid down. Between them, in the center, was a lock cylinder. The metal around it was warped and scarred, like someone had once taken a screwdriver or a crowbar to it. The lock itself hung slightly crooked, empty, the mechanism already broken. Subtle. Uncle Mark, I murmured. I wrapped both hands around the sides and tried to lift. It came up off the floor, but it was heavier than I expected, a dense, dragging weight. It wasn't empty decoration. Whatever was inside had some mass to it. Each small shift scraped the bottom of the box against the attic boards. The sound echoed sharper than it should have in the contained space, like metal on bone. I gritted my teeth and hauled it inch by inch toward the hatch, my legs protesting. My earlier near fall throbbing faintly in memory behind my knee. By the time I wrestled it to the opening, sweat had soaked the collar of my shirt. My mask felt too tight. I maneuvered it carefully onto the top rung of the ladder, then down onto my shoulder, climbing one rung at a time with all the grace of a drunk circus performer. When my feet finally hit the hallway floor, my arms were shaking. I carried the box down to the kitchen, set it on the table with a thunk that rattled the salt and pepper shakers. Standing over it, I peeled off the gloves and the mask. My face felt raw in the cooler air. I grabbed a paper towel, wiped the worst of the attic dust off the top of the box. Up close, the damage around the lock was more obvious. The metal there had been bent in, then pried back. Whatever tool had done it had left shiny gouges in the surface. There was no going back to locked now. The mechanism had been violated a long time ago. I slipped my fingers under the latches and flipped them open. They snapped up with a tired little pop. For a second, I just held onto the edge of the lid, feeling the slight stick of old rubber gasket giving way. Then I raised it, slowly. The smell that drifted out wasn't as dramatic as I'd half expected. No rush of rot or chemicals, just age, paper, a hint of mildew and ink inside. The box was filled almost to the brim. Several spiral notebooks lay stacked on top of each other, their cardboard covers warped from humidity and time. The metal spirals were rusted in spots, orange staining the lined edges of the pages. Underneath those, bundled sheaves of loose paper squatted in crooked stacks, held together with rubber bands that had gone brittle and cracked in places. Bits of paper stuck out at odd angles, some with dense handwriting, some with crude diagrams. Tucked to one side were a couple of printed sheets I recognized immediately, county floor plans, like the ones I'd pulled from the records office. These had been copied again, the ink a little lighter, the edges more frayed. Lines and measurements marched across them. But on top of that, someone my uncle, I guessed, had annotated in red pen. Circles, arrows, notations in capital letters. I only caught a few at a glance, attic length. Chimney. Wrong here. Nestled in a corner of the box like a discarded lighter was a cheap digital voice recorder, the kind you could buy for $20 in the electronics aisle. Its plastic casing was scuffed and dull, the little screen scratched. When I pressed the power button with my thumb, nothing happened. Dead batteries, or maybe dead something else. I swallowed. The kitchen suddenly too quiet. It was all so mundane. Office supplies and a cheap gadget. Things you'd expect to find in a desk drawer, not hidden in a metal box behind a wall in the attic of a man who died alone at the bottom of his stairs. I was about to reach for the top notebook when something inside the lid caught my eye. In thick black marker, written on the bare metal, were 10 words, all caps, all for me. If I'm gone, don't open the wall. The don't had been written, then written over again harder. The ink pressed so deeply it had scratched the metal slightly. The lines shook a little toward the end, as if his hand hadn't been steady. A laugh escaped me. It didn't sound like humor, more like something cracking. Too late, I said softly. I stared at the warning until the edges of the letters blurred. Then I let the lid fall back gently, not closing it all the way, and started lifting the notebooks out one by one, counting them, feeling their weight. There were 4 full spirals, each labeled with a date range in tiny ballpoint along the spine: 2007 to 2008, 2009 to 2010, 2011 to 2012. The last one had no dates, just smudges and a worn edge where fingers had gripped it often. I set them aside in a neat stack, then lifted out the bundles of loose pages, feeling the rubber bands crackle and snap under my fingers. Notes, sketches, floor plan photocopies with more red scrawl. Something small and stiff slid in the bottom of the box when I disturbed the papers, making a soft plastic on metal sound. I moved the last bundle aside. Underneath, lying flat against the brushed steel, was a Polaroid. The white border was yellowed. The image itself had that washed-out quality early 2000s instant film gets when it's not stored right. Grainy, slightly blurred, but the subject was unmistakable. It was the attic. This attic, taken from almost exactly the same angle I'd had when I'd stood under the hatch earlier that day. The newer wall dominated the frame, its pale surface taking up most of the image. The brick of the chimney was visible to one side. The bulb cord hung down in the foreground, frozen mid-swing. in the photograph. The wall was not clean. Dark streaks marred the surface in long, vertical lines, starting about halfway up and dragging down toward the floor. They were thickest toward the middle, thinning out as they descended, like something wet had been thrown or smeared there and then left to run. The instant film color distortion made it hard to see exactly what shade they were. But even through the age-faded haze, they looked wrong. Too dark for ordinary dirt, too irregular for a paint job gone bad. As I squinted, I realized there was something else. A faint, almost imperceptible distortion in the picture where the streaks were thickest. The plaster seemed to bulge outward just a little, the way frost pushes at the inside of a window. If I let my eyes unfocus, I could almost see the shape of it, like the silhouettes of 4 long, thin fingers pressing outward from the inside of the wall. My throat went dry. I flipped the photo over with shaking hands. On the back, in small, neat letters, someone had written a date. 15 years ago. I held the picture, the box of notebooks, the warning and black marker all orbiting the same sick thought. Whatever my uncle had been dealing with in this house, it had been pressing against that wall long before I ever knew his name was on the deed. 2.3 reading the dead man's notes. I didn't open the notebooks right away. I told myself I needed a minute. I put the Polaroid face down on the table, closed the lid of the lockbox halfway, and made coffee I didn't want. I watched the pot gurgle and spit like it might give me answers if I stared hard enough. It didn't. It just made coffee. Eventually, there was nothing left to do but sit down and start reading. I picked the earliest notebook, the one with 2007 to 2008 scrawled in tiny ballpoint along the spiral. The cardboard cover was soft at the corners, like it had been thumbed a lot. I opened it gently, afraid the brittle pages might decide they'd had enough and give up. The first entry was dated in March. It wasn't what I expected. No talk about walls or whispers. Just life. Back still killing me. Doctor says degenerative disc disease, like that's supposed to make me feel special. Can't stand for more than an hour without feeling like someone's jamming a hot screwdriver into my spine. Further down the page, lost the last part-time gig at the bar. Cutting hours. I'm 48 years old and can't lift a keg anymore. What the hell am I supposed to do? He wrote about daytime TV, about how the judge shows all had the same 5 people in them, just in different wigs. He wrote about falling asleep in his recliner and waking up with the TV test pattern buzzing, about drinking too much cheap whiskey, because what's the point of the good stuff if you're the only one here? He wrote about holidays where nobody came. It was like reading a slightly older, slightly more broken version of my own life. Different specifics, same gravity. He complained about the weather, the mail, the price of cigarettes, the way the stairs made his knees hurt if he went up and down too many times in a day. Page after page of that. Ordinary misery. The kind you don't think is going to end with a body at the bottom of those stairs. The first time he mentioned anything else, it was almost an afterthought. Buried near the bottom of a June entry, squeezed between a note about heartburn and an overdue electric bill. Kept hearing something in the walls last night. No elaboration. Just that. I flipped the page, half expecting him to pick the thread up immediately. But the next day's entry was about a grocery store cashier he thought was cute and how his car wouldn't start. 3 days later, thought it was mice. Set traps in kitchen and basement. Nothing this morning. Still heard it though. Like little feet. Inside the wall by the stairs. Could be I'm imagining it. Not the first time I've heard shit that wasn't there. The words snagged at me. Not the first time I've heard shit that wasn't there. His handwriting was neat at first, a little old-fashioned. The way they teach in schools they don't have anymore. As the weeks went on, the lines got closer together, the letters a little more cramped. There was a restlessness in the ink. In July, he woke up at 2:14 and wrote it down. 2:14 a.m. Something in the wall behind the bedroom. Scratching. Not constant. Like it's testing the wood. Stopped when I turned on the light. I stopped reading and looked down at my phone on the table, the empty coffee mug beside it. I remembered my own lock screen glowing 2:14 a.m. In the dark a few nights ago while something shuffled above my ceiling. Coincidence. I told myself, people wake up at all sorts of times. There are only so many numbers on the clock. On the next page, 3:03 a.m. this time. Same scratching. Different part of the wall. Maybe I'm going nuts. Maybe I've finally hit that midlife psychosis everyone jokes about. He'd drawn a little frowning face next to that line. The effect would have been almost funny if it hadn't been surrounded by evidence of the opposite. As the entries went on, more sketches appeared between paragraphs, rough overhead diagrams of the attic, like the floor plan I'd seen but hand-drawn and skewed, with circles and arrows pointing to specific stretches of wall, a star here with the note heaviest beside it, a question mark there next to Y hollow. He started measuring. There was a whole entry that was nothing but numbers. Attic length in plan 31 feet 4. Attic length actual 26 feet 10. Difference 4.5 feet. That's not nothing. On another page, underlined twice, there is a room inside my house that doesn't exist on paper. Under that, in smaller writing cramped between the lines like he'd gone back later to add it. Or on the outside, no door, no window, no way in, no way out. I turned the page. My fingers left faint gray smudges on the corresponding margins. The tone shifted slowly from irritation to something tighter. He wrote about hearing the scratching again, this time at different times of night. Early, late, middle. He tried to set traps in the attic, but nothing sprung. No droppings, no chew marks on the bait. Instead, scratching behind the new wall today, softer, like it's being careful. Once I walked closer, it stopped. I went downstairs. It started again. It knows when I'm listening. That line was circled 3 times. The third circle had dug into the paper so hard it nearly tore through. He knocked on the wall 3 times and got nothing. The next night, it scratched for an hour. He wrote that down too. Feels like it's trying to make me come up there. Not going. Not if I don't have to. Then, some days of silence. Weather complaints. A note about his back medication making him foggy. He thought maybe the noise had stopped. Maybe the house had settled. Maybe he'd scared whatever it was off. A week later, tried something stupid. Knocked on the wall 3 times at 2:10 a.m. just to see. Waited. Thought I was being an idiot. Then, at 2:14, it knocked back. 3 times. Same rhythm. Like it was mocking me. Didn't sleep after that. The way he'd written it knocked back was different than the rest of the text. The letters were larger, sharper. The pen having dug in enough to leave an impression on the next page. I heard my own pulse in my ears, louder than the fridge, louder than the distant car passing outside. I stood up, paced the kitchen once. then sat down again because standing didn't make the words go away. The entries after that came in bursts, sometimes days between them, nothing, nothing, nothing. Other times, 3 in a day, scratching different today. Less random. Long drag. Pause. Long drag. Like nails down a chalkboard. But inside the wood, TV remote kept falling off the arm of the chair even when I hadn't touched it. Felt like the floor shifted under it. I know that sounds crazy written down. It's quieter when I have the TV on, when the house is loud, when it's just me and the walls. That's when it starts. He joked less as he went on. The little doodles dried up. The lines of text marched densely down the pages now, filling every available inch as if he was trying to pin the experience down with sheer volume. One entry near the back of the notebook was written at a slant, like his hand had been shaking, or he'd been writing in bed, heard it breathe tonight. Thought it was me at first. Same rhythm, same in and out. Then realized it was slightly off, a half beat behind, like someone trying to copy the way you breathe from the other side of the glass. He described lying there, holding his breath, and feeling the breathing in the wall continue for a few seconds before stuttering and stopping, as if whatever was making the sound had lost its reference. The last page of the notebook felt heavier than the ones before it, like the ink itself had weight. The top half was taken up by a timeline, dates, times, little arrows linking events. At the bottom, squeezed between the last line and the cardboard of the back cover, was a paragraph in smaller, more careful script, as though he'd lowered his voice even on the page. If whoever is reading this is family, don't sleep with your head on the north wall. It likes to whisper through that one. My eyes snagged on north wall. I read the sentence again. Then again. Slower. Don't sleep with your head on the north wall. I didn't have to think about the layout of the house. I'd carried that mental map around since I first got the keys. The bedroom upstairs, the one I'd claimed, had one wall with a window facing the street, one with the closet, one shared with the hallway, and one that backed directly onto the section of attic where the newer wall stood. When I dragged my mattress in on that first day, I'd shoved it against the wall opposite the door without thinking. It felt natural that way. Headboard to be against the solid outer wall, feet toward the center of the room, the north wall, directly under that part of the attic, directly under where my uncle had circled and starred and written heaviest, and why hollow and scratched numbers into margins until the paper wore thin. I pushed back from the table so fast my chair scraped a harsh squeal against the floor. The sound snapped through the quiet house like a shout. For a second, I just stood there, heart pounding, listening. Above me, somewhere in the skeleton of the house, something creaked. Not loud, not dramatic, just a small, settling sound, like someone shifting their weight from one foot to the other in the room upstairs. I stared at the ceiling. The notebooks lay open on the table, my uncle's final warning hanging in the air between us. I'd thought inheriting this place meant a shot at finally being ahead of something in my life. A good deal. A dumb stroke of luck. But as I stood there realizing I'd spent the last few nights sleeping with my head pressed right against the wall he was telling me to avoid, it was hard not to feel like I'd inherited something else instead. Not just a mortgage, a position, a spot, a place in the house that something on the other side of that wall had already learned to whisper through. 3.1 Bad sleep. The first thing I did after reading that line was go upstairs and shove my bed across the room. It felt ridiculous in the moment, overreacting to some shaky handwriting in an old notebook written by a guy who'd probably been half drunk and half deranged. But my body didn't care what my brain thought. Something deep and animal in me refused to lie down again with my head against that wall. The mattress made an ugly scraping sound as I dragged it across the floorboards, bumping into the door frame and the closet like it was trying to find excuses to stay where it was. Dust bunnies the size of fists rolled out from under it. I tried not to think about how many nights I'd slept with that mess and the forgotten crumbs of my old life inches from my face. By the time I was done, the mattress was centered awkwardly in the room, not touching any wall. Just a sad, low island in a sea of scuffed wood. I stood there breathing hard, feeling simultaneously safer and more exposed. "There," I muttered. "Happy now." No one answered. The house just watched. The next few days, I bent myself around the shape of normalcy as hard as I could. In the mornings, I made coffee so strong it could have taken the varnish off the floor if I spilled it. I logged in to work on my laptop at the makeshift desk I'd set up in the corner of the living room. The Wi-Fi finally worked. The installer had come, drilled holes, stapled a cable to the outside of the house, and left with a smile and a congrats on the new place. Man, like it wasn't a crime scene with training wheels. I took calls from users who'd forgotten their passwords, who'd somehow managed to delete their own desktop icons, who insisted the internet was down when they'd unplugged their router to plug in a space heater. I said all the right things in all the right soothing tones. Nobody on the other end of the line knew that. Just above my head, there was a sealed-off space that didn't exist on paper where my dead uncle used to hear breathing. I ate cereal out of chipped bowls, microwaved leftovers from the Walmart run, let the TV run on low between tickets. The constant murmur of daytime shows and news anchors filling the house with someone else's voice so it didn't feel like the walls were listening to only mine. I told myself the notebooks were just that, notebooks. The contents were the scribblings of a lonely man with too much time and too little sleep. Anyone can make themselves crazy if they stare at their walls long enough. And yet, every time I walked past the kitchen table, my eyes snagged on the stack of spirals sitting there, like they were waiting for me to pick up where I'd left off. At night, when I turned off most of the lights, the house felt bigger, emptier. The dark corners got taller. Sounds shifted and warped. I tried to be rational. I really did. That night, I got ready for bed like any other brush teeth, scroll through my phone too long, drop it on the floor by the mattress. The new position of the bed felt wrong, like furniture in a staged home, not a place someone actually lived, with nothing to lean against. My pillow slid around. I kept reaching a hand out automatically to where the wall used to be, feeling only air. The house made its usual nighttime noises, somewhere in the walls. The heating pipes knocked softly as they cooled. The refrigerator in the kitchen kicked us on with a low hum, then thunked off. The faint whoosh of a car going by outside floated in through the gap at the bottom of the blinds. For a while, that was it. I lay on my back, watching the faint rectangle of the window glow and dim as cars passed. My mind replayed lines from my uncle's journal like a playlist on repeat. It knows when I'm listening. It likes to whisper through that one. I flipped onto my side, squeezed my eyes shut, tried counting backwards from 100, tried thinking about literally anything else: work, bills, the last season of some show I'd half-watched, sometime after 1 I must have drifted. When I woke, It wasn't because of a dream. It was because of the absence of one. The room was bone dark. My phone's screen was off. The digital clock on the far wall blinked its blue numbers, 2:02 a.m. The house felt like it had dropped an octave while I slept. Even the silence seemed lower. At first, I didn't know what had pulled me out of sleep. Then I heard it. A soft scratching above me, not constant, intermittent. Scritch, pause, scritch, scritch, pause. Like something with small, persistent claws was testing the ceiling. I stared up at the space where I knew the attic floor was, even though I couldn't see it. Every hair on my arm stood up. Mice, I whispered. My voice sounded dry and small. Has to be mice. The scratching came again. Slightly to the left this time. A few seconds. A stop. Then a faint drag. Like whatever it was had shifted its weight. I grabbed my pillow and shoved it over my head, pressing the cotton down around my ears until the sound dimmed. I lay there like that, breathing in my own warm breath, heart thudding. It kept going. Off and on, short bursts of noise, then longer stretches of silence, each time it stopped. I thought, okay, that's it. It's done. And then it would start again. Just as my muscles began to unclench, after what felt like 20 minutes of this, my arms started to ache from holding the pillow in place. Sweat prickled at my neck. The sound had moved around, tracing something like a path above me. Just stop, I muttered into the pillow, knowing it was stupid to talk to rodents. For 5 minutes. Just stop. As if it heard me. The scratching ceased. The silence that rushed in after it was almost worse. It pressed down on me, thick and heavy, like the weight of the house had shifted onto my chest. I slid the pillow off my face, sucking in cooler air, ears straining. Nothing. My phone lay on the floor within reach. I picked it up, thumbed the screen to life. 2:19 a.m. glared back at me. I flicked, almost without thinking, into the notebook app where I'd snapped rough photos of some of my uncle's entries. One of them showed that familiar time 2:14, another 3:03. The stupidest part of me thought, at least it's not exactly the same time. Like terror obeys a schedule. I was about to set the phone back down when it happened. 3 knocks, sharp, clean, evenly spaced, right above my head. The sound went straight through my spine, knuckles on wood, but thicker, like someone knocking from inside a hollow trunk. I froze, phone still glowing in my hand. For a moment, I couldn't even breathe. All my attention snapped to that point in the ceiling like a spotlight. The knocks weren't loud, but they were deliberate. Whoever, whatever had made them knew the difference between random noise and a signal. The silence between each one was somehow louder than the sound itself. Knock, knock, knock. Each gap held this buzzing awareness. A held breath stretched to transparency. My mouth had gone dry. I swallowed, and the tiny click of my throat sounded huge in my own ears. I stared up into the dark, like I expected the ceiling to open its mouth and speak. Nothing else happened. No more scratching, no footsteps, no breath pressed through plaster. Just the echo of the 3 knocks, hanging in the air long after the sound had died. I don't know how long I lay there without moving. Long enough for my arm holding the phone to go numb. Long enough for the phone screen to time out and plunge the room back into darkness. when I could finally make myself move again. I set the phone gently down and rolled onto my back, staring at the faint outline of the ceiling fan. "Old house," I whispered. "Wood expanding. Pipes. Something falling over. That's it. That's all." My voice shook. The house didn't correct me. It didn't have to. The human brain is a stupid thing. Give it enough time and enough fear, and it will suggest the worst possible idea and then convince you it's reasonable. I lay there, counting my heartbeats, feeling ridiculous and wired and exhausted. The image of my uncle's handwriting floated behind my eyelids. It knocked back. His underlined words seemed to vibrate. I don't know what made me do it. Spite. Maybe. Or the corrosive itch of curiosity. Or the fact that my life already felt like it was sliding off the rails. So why not uncouple the last car? Very slowly. I raised my hand. I balled my fist, and I knocked twice on my own headboard. The sound was duller than the one from the ceiling. My knuckles thudded against wood wrapped in cheap fabric. It felt absurd and terrifying at the same time, like trying to talk to a thunderstorm. Then I held my breath and listened, for a long stretch. Nothing. The house hummed its low, nighttime hum. A car passed, tires whispering over asphalt outside. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice, then went quiet. I almost laughed. The sound bubbled up in my chest, a hysterical little edge of relief. Of course, nothing was going to knock. Knock. 2 knocks. From the ceiling, same rhythm, same spacing, an answer. My laugh died halfway out of my throat and turned into something else. A choked sound that might have been a curse, might have been a sob. My whole body went cold in an instant, like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over my brain and left my skin sweating. "No," I said, too loud. "Nope. No." That was something else. Coincidence. Pipes. House. Anything else. I started listing possibilities out loud. Like if I named enough mundane things, one of them would stick and the others would fall away. Maybe the heater kicked on. Maybe the roof is cooling and shifting. Maybe there's a tree branch. Maybe my voice sounded thin and manic in the dark. I shut my mouth, pressing my lips together so hard my jaw ached. I wanted to get up, to go turn on all the lights, to drag the ladder down and storm into the attic with my flashlight and my rational brain held out in front of me like a shield, to see the stupid, boring cause of the knocking and laugh at myself. My legs didn't get that memo. They stayed locked, muscles tight, as if moving would signal to whatever was above me exactly where I was. So I stayed there, eyes open, every sense straining upward. No more knocks came. The house seemed content, like it had gotten what it wanted, a call and response, a proof that I'd heard it. The hours between that moment and dawn crawled by in one long, stretched-out slab of insomnia. Every time I began to drift, my body jolted itself awake, convinced another knock was coming. My thoughts ran in tight, useless circles. By the time the faint gray of morning seeped in around the edges of the blinds, my eyes felt sandpapered. My skull buzzed with the kind of headache that starts behind your eyes and radiates backward. I finally sat up, every joint popping in protest. My reflection in the dresser mirror stopped me cold. I looked like hell. My eyes were bloodshot, spider-webbed with red. sunk in deeper than they had any right to be after just one bad night. Purple smudges had started to form under them. My hair stuck up in damp, flattened spikes where it had met the pillow. In the bathroom, my hands shook as I tried to get the toothbrush onto the toothpaste, little flecks dropping into the sink. My face under the harsh overhead light looked older than it had last week, like the house had taken a bite already and was deciding how much more it wanted. As I stood there, the electric hum of the bathroom fan filling the small space, I realized something simple and awful. I could explain away one knock, maybe even three. I could rationalize scratching and creaking and shadows in Polaroids until I ran out of excuses. But there is no good, sane explanation for knocking twice on your own wall in the middle of the night and having your house knock twice back. 3.2 Journals of a Man Coming Apart. I told myself I wasn't going to read any more that day, after the knocking, after the non-sleep. After seeing my own face in the mirror and thinking I looked disturbingly like the before picture in some addiction PSA. What I should have done was get out of the house for a while. Go sit in a coffee shop. Go walk around a mall. Go be somewhere with fluorescent lights and other people's problems. Instead, I made more coffee and opened the next notebook. It was the one labeled 2009 to 2010. The blue cover faded almost to gray. The spiral binding had a kink halfway down where it must have been twisted or dropped. The pages there bowed outward a little. I sat at the kitchen table, the blueprint and the Polaroid pushed aside, and let the book fall open. The first few entries were more of the same pain. Money trouble, TV shows, weather. He talked about a neighbor's dog that wouldn't shut up at night, about a kid on a bike who cut across his lawn and nearly got his ass chewed out. But the tone had shifted slightly from the earlier notebook. There was a thread of irritation in everything now, like the entire world was scraping against his nerves. And then there it was in the middle of a paragraph about his back acting up. It was quiet for a while. Thought maybe the traps worked. Then last night it started up again. Not just scratching anymore. Little thumps, like it's heavier now, like it's growing. Not the noise or whatever that was. Just it. Once he started using that word, he didn't stop. It followed me tonight. I was in the living room, and I heard it in the wall by the TV. Went upstairs to the bathroom, and after a couple minutes, I heard it behind the medicine cabinet. Same rhythm, same pacing. If I go down to the kitchen, it goes down there too. It knows where I am. He started underlining phrases, not decoratively, aggressively. The pen carved grooves into the paper. I hear it when the house is quiet. If I keep the TV loud, it stays put. If I mute it, it starts moving. I took a sip of coffee, barely tasting it. My own TV remote lay on the table next to the notebook, harmless and black and suddenly weirdly sinister. I flipped forward a few pages. There was an entry written across 2 full pages, lines cramped and pressed close, like he'd been trying to get the words down faster than his hand could move. Couldn't sleep again. Back hurt too much. Lying there, staring at the ceiling. And I heard it for real this time. Not the scratching, not the knocking. Breathing. Right fucking behind the wall. At first I thought it was me. You know how when you're anxious, you start hearing your own heartbeat in your ears and shit. But this was different. It sounded wet, like there was something in its chest. Little rattle at the top of every inhale. Longer exhale than mine. Slight delay between when I breathed in and when it did, like it was copying me. But a half second behind. I held my breath to see what would happen. It kept going for a few seconds, like it hadn't realized its template was gone. Then it stuttered. Couple of hitching sounds. Then nothing. Sat there in the dark with my lungs burning, waiting for it to start again. It didn't. Not until I started breathing normally. Then it picked back up, lagging me, learning from me. I imagined him lying there alone, holding his breath, waiting for the wall to catch up. My own chest tightened in sympathy. The kitchen air felt thick. He tried to test it after that. He wrote about sleeping in different rooms like a scientist, changing variables. Slept in the small bedroom last night. The one with the dinosaurs. Thought maybe if I wasn't under the north wall, it would stay put. Wrong. Took about an hour. But then I heard it. Little scrapes. Then a long drag behind the closet wall. Like it took a minute to find me. Like it had to crawl from one end of the house to the other through the studs. Tested again in the guest room. Same thing. Bathroom. Same. It doesn't care which room. It just cares where I am. He drew a little map of the second floor next to that paragraph. Tiny arrows tracing routes between rooms inside the walls, weaving around the chimney and down toward the staircase. The timestamps cropped up more often now. 1:47 a.m. in living room. Hear it at base of stairs. 2:09 a.m. moved to kitchen. Heard it behind fridge. Nails on drywall. 2:26 a.m. went down to basement. Pipes creaked like usual. But then something tapped 3 times on the cinder block. Just behind where the furnace is. Too loud to be a mouse. On some pages, numbers and times and rough coordinates took over. He'd written room names. Little circles with X's in them. Arrows connecting them. Like he was building a map of where it preferred to travel. There was a strange, fearful devotion in it. Like he was cataloging the habits of a wild animal that might kill him if he misjudged it. And underneath it all, threaded through like mold lines on bread, the word it. Never a name, never a shape, just that pronoun, heavy and undefined. I flipped forward, my fingers leaving faint smears on the edges of the paper where the ink had once bled. Midway through the notebook, the entries thinned out. Days skipped. When he did write, it was late at night. 3:17 a.m. heard whisper say my name, not from inside my head, from the wall. It's learning how to talk. That line stopped me cold. The way he'd written my name made it feel like he'd been afraid to put the word itself down, as if spelling out M-A-R-K would give it something to use. I looked up from the page, suddenly hyper-aware of the kitchen walls around me. The fridge hummed. The house settled. Somewhere a car horn blared. Distant. Not from inside my head. He'd written. He wanted whoever read this to know he'd checked that possibility, that he'd questioned his own sanity and decided this was worse. On the next page, the handwriting slanted more steeply, pressing harder into the paper. It said it twice tonight. Once when I was almost asleep. Once when I walked past the stairs in the dark. Mark. Like someone saying your name from another room. You know how family say it. That particular way. Not a stranger's voice. Not my voice. Sounded like Mom. Sounded like Patty. Hard to tell. Like it was stitching voices together and trying them on. The idea made something in my gut twist. The thought of a voice behind the plaster trying out familiar tones, like masks pulled from a box. He started avoiding certain parts of the house after that. Wrote about not wanting to walk past the attic hatch at night. About going outside to smoke just to have a break from its presence. Tom across the street asked if everything's okay. Said he's heard me moving around at weird hours. I lied. Told him insomnia. Can't exactly say. Yeah, just trying to stay ahead of the thing in my walls that's picking up human speech. I turned another page. An entry halfway down broke off mid-sentence. I tried talking back tonight. Told it to leave me alone. To get the hell out. The pen stroke trailed off in a jagged line, ending near the margin. A tiny brownish stain dotted the bottom of the curve, like the tip of the pen had bled there when it was yanked away. I flipped to the next page. The difference hit like a slap. The writing there was still my uncle's, but it had changed smaller, shakier, the spacing irregular, like his hand had been trembling, or like he'd been writing fast, hunched over, expecting to be interrupted. At the top of the page, there was no date, no time, just a sentence, underlined so hard it was almost carved into the paper. If this is you, Daniel, don't think you're safe because you're not me. My name. Seeing it there in ink that had been dry for years made my throat close. I reread it to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. The letters were unmistakable, D-A-N-I-E-L. He hadn't written if this is family. He hadn't written if someone is reading this. He'd written if this is you, Daniel. Like he'd taken a bet on which branch of the family tree would end up here. The sentence kept going, squeezed into the space between two other lines. This thing likes family. The word likes was a mess of ink, as if he'd gone back over it again and again, trying out different verbs in his head and settling on the one that scared him most. It likes family. Not it goes after family. Not it hurts family. It likes us. As if we were its favorite show or its favorite food. I sat back slowly, the chair's wooden legs clicking against the floor. The kitchen suddenly felt too small, the ceiling too low. My own breath sounded loud in my ears. I flipped back a page, then forward again, looking for context. There wasn't any. Just that half-finished sentence about telling it to get the hell out. Then the abrupt shift to this direct address to me. Had he written it all in one night? Had he been sitting at this same table, in this same dim light, feeling the same weight pressing in on him, and thought someone else is going to see this? Someone else is going to be here, and it's going to know them too. I pictured him, older and more worn than I remembered from childhood, sitting with a pen in his cramped, nicotine-stained fingers, listening to something move in the walls while he tried to decide how much to tell the hypothetical version of me who might inherit his mess. Half warning, half apology. I glanced toward the living room, imagining the unseen space between the studs and the plaster, the unseen thing threading itself through the skeleton of the house. "I'm not you," I said aloud, to no one, or maybe to him, or maybe to the invisible thing in the framework. I wasn't sure. My voice shook more than I liked. Somewhere above, faint and delayed. The house gave a little creak, not loud enough to be an answer, but not nothing either. 3.3 jump scare face in the insulation. The night it finally showed me a face. The weather did half the work. The forecast had been talking about a nor'easter all week, bright graphics of a swirling storm front slamming into the coast. Anchors with serious faces telling people to prepare for high winds and possible outages. Karen had mentioned it in the driveway that afternoon, shouting over the gusts as she wrestled her trash can lid back into place. "Storm's gonna be nasty tonight." She called. "You got batteries, flashlights, sump pumpa." 2 out of 3, I'd yelled back, not sure what a sump pump even looked like. By late evening, the house felt like it was sitting in the throat of something big. The rain started as a steady patter and built into a full-on assault, hammering the roof hard enough that you could hear it over the TV. Wind wrapped around the corners of the house in long, low howls. Branches scraped the siding with intermittent shrieks, like nails down a chalkboard drawn out to 30 seconds at a time. Inside, the lights dimmed and brightened as the grid strained. I was on the couch with my laptop open, not really working. A mug of coffee had gone cold on the table. The TV murmured some true crime show I wasn't paying attention to, ironic, considering every few minutes. My phone buzzed with another weather alert, high wind warning, flood advisory, avoid unnecessary travel, as if I needed more reasons not to go outside. The house creaked more than usual, shifting under each gust. It felt less like a building and more like a ship, old timbers flexing as invisible waves hit. Sometimes the wind would hit the front of the house straight on, and the whole structure would give this low, protesting moan that you felt in your teeth. I told myself the extra noise was a relief. More sound meant less room for the little things, less space for those careful, deliberate knocks to stand out. I was halfway through scrolling an article I wasn't reading when the lights hiccuped. The TV flickered. The lamp beside the couch dimmed to a pathetic glow, then flared back. The refrigerator in the kitchen let out a strangled hum. "Don't you dare," I said to nobody, looking up at the ceiling like I could negotiate with the power lines. The storm answered with a fresh blast of wind that rattled the windows in their frames. The lights flickered again, longer this time. The TV screen went black for a full second, my reflection staring back at me in the ghost of its glass. Then everything came roaring back to life. Lamp, TV, fridge, the little green clock on the microwave. My phone buzzed, National Weather Service, widespread power outages possible in your area. "Great," I muttered. I dug out a couple of candles and a cheap LED flashlight from the drawer, where I'd started compiling emergency supplies. Set the flashlight on the coffee table within arm's reach. Tried to focus on the show as if I cared whether the reenacted killer had done it or not. The house shuddered again. Somewhere upstairs, something thumped a deep, structural thud, like a heavy piece of furniture shifting half an inch. I told myself it was just the wind pushing against the roof. The lights went out. This time they stayed out. The TV cut off mid-sentence. The hum of the fridge died. The lamp beside me surrendered without ceremony. 1 second there was the warm, yellow glow of electricity and the drone of canned dialogue. The next, there was only the sound of rain and the sudden, suffocating blackness of a house that hasn't yet adjusted to being unplugged. For a couple seconds, my brain did that panicked animal thing where it insists you're blind. Then I remembered the flashlight, and my hands found it by feel, knocking over the cold coffee mug in the process. Liquid sloshed onto my jeans. I swore under my breath. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness in a narrow, bright cone, harsh and clinical against the familiar shapes of the living room. The couch, the TV, the doorway to the hall. All of it looked off, flattened, colorless. Shadows pooled in corners like something thick. The house groaned again under a gust of wind, loud enough that the beams overhead vibrated with it. For a split second, I had the unnerving sensation that the whole structure might lift off its foundation and go tumbling down the street. In that moment, The rational part of my brain seized the wheel. Power outage, heavy storm, old wiring, all normal things. I should check the breaker. I thought, make sure nothing's blown on my end before I assume it's the whole street. The breaker panel was down in the basement, near the laundry machines that looked older than me. The idea of going down into concrete and shadows with only a flashlight wasn't appealing. But neither was sitting here helplessly if all I needed to do was flip a switch. I stood, the floorboards cold under my bare feet. The flashlight beam wobbled slightly in my hand. I told myself it was because of the coffee, the lack of sleep, not fear. As I moved toward the hallway, the light passed over the staircase leading up instead of down. For a second, it caught on a familiar shape, the outline of the attic hatch in the ceiling, and the dirty, dangling string. I'd never noticed how much it looked like a noose until it swayed in that narrow beam of light. I tore my gaze away, aiming the flashlight down the stairs. One thing at a time, I told myself, check the basement, check the box, check the rest of the houses on the street through the window. Be practical. My foot hit the first step. That was when something above me hit the floor. It wasn't the light scuff of a shifting box. It wasn't the delicate scamper of a squirrel. It was a solid, heavy thump directly overhead, somewhere near where the newer wall sat in the attic. The sound jolted through the house, through me. I stopped mid-step, heart leaping into my throat. I tilted the flashlight up. The beam landed on the attic string again, swinging now, ever so slightly, as if it had been disturbed. If it's an electrical issue, some stupid part of me thought, it could be in the attic too. I stood there in the half-dark, breathing shallowly, listening to the roar of rain over the roof. The basement suddenly felt very far away. The attic was right here, before I could talk myself out of it. I backed off the stairs and moved to stand directly under the hatch. Just look, I told myself, like someone coaching a kid to touch a hot stove. Just see if anything's obvious. That's all. My hand on the string felt clumsy. The hatch came down jerkily, the ladder unfolding with a rattling complaint. Dust fell in fresh little flurries onto my shirt. The air that leaked down from the opening smelled even staler than usual, like breath caught behind teeth. My phone flashlight was the only light I had now. I clenched it tighter, knuckles whitening, and started up. The attic without the bulb was a different creature. My beam pushed back only a small circle of the darkness at a time. Everything outside that cone was swallowed whole. The tiny window at the far end was a faint, oblong smear of lighter gray in the distance. Rain streaked down it in vertical lines, blurring whatever view it might have offered. Each flash of distant lightning turned it briefly white, then let it sink back to ash. I stepped off the ladder onto the nearest beam, testing it carefully. The wood felt slick under my damp soles. My heart was pounding hard enough that it made the hand holding the light shake. The beam jittered across cardboard and insulation like a nervous eye. Just check, I whispered. Just look. I moved toward the newer wall, the one the blueprint insisted shouldn't be where it was. The closer I got, the more aware I was of the space underneath my feet. There was nothing between me and the rooms below but a few joists and some gypsum. The storm outside made the whole structure sigh around me in low, articulate creaks. I swept the beam along the wall, half expecting to see scorch marks, melted wires, some mundane fire hazard I could latch onto. Instead, the bright circle of light slid over white plaster, over faint scuffs and old nails. over a patch where the insulation between studs had been torn open. That was where I saw it. At first, my brain refused to make sense of the shape. It looked like a distortion in the fiberglass bulged out, a little too smooth. The yellow-pink material stretched outward in a rounded curve. Then the beam steadied for a fraction of a second, and the details snapped into focus. Not just a bulge, a face, a pallid, sagging face pressed into the fiberglass from the other side. The skin of it looked wrong, like wet paper laid over a skull. The suggestion of two deep hollows where eyes would be, dark pits that absorbed the light instead of reflecting it, a vague protrusion where a nose might have been, and lower, a slack, distorted shape that could only be a mouth, hanging open in a silent, soundless scream or grin I couldn't tell. There were no teeth, just shadow. For less than a second, as my hand trembled, it looked like the whole mass pushed outward, warping the insulation further. The suggestion of fingers flexed at the edges, indenting the fiberglass, as if whatever was behind the wall had pressed itself against the thin barrier to get a better look at me. I sucked in a breath so fast it hurt. My heel slipped on the beam. The light went wild. The circle shot up to the roof, down to the floor, across a stack of boxes. For a dizzy, weightless moment, my foot found nothing but air. I flailed, arms pinwheeling, my stomach lurching up as the world tilted. Somewhere in the black around me was the image of my uncle at the bottom of the stairs, and somewhere below me was the very real possibility of my own neck breaking in a bedroom I hadn't finished unpacking. My hand caught a joist. My shoulder burned. I dropped into a crouch hard enough to make my knees slam the wood. The flashlight clattered from my grip, spinning once on the plywood and coming to rest beam down, casting a weird, sideways wedge of light up into the rafters. For several seconds, all I could hear was my own breathing and the drum of rain. My throat made a thin, high sound I'd never heard from myself before. Jesus, I hissed, not sure if I was praying or swearing. I grabbed the flashlight, fingers clumsy, and forced myself to turn the beam back toward the wall. The torn insulation gaped open. There was nothing behind it but darkness. No face, no suggestion of eyes, no warped mouth. The fiberglass hung in tatters, edges frayed, as if something had clawed at it from the other side eons ago and then lost interest. Of course, I whispered. Of course. I stayed crouched there, every muscle buzzing, feeling the fine tremor in my hands echo all the way up my arms. The light made my shadow huge and wrong on the angled roof above, a hunched, jittery thing outside. The wind screamed against the siding, rattling the little window at the end of the attic. For a moment, the house felt like the only solid thing in a world being scrubbed away by water and air. Then everything went very, very quiet. Not outside, the storm kept raging, but inside. The strange internal hum of the house itself dropped away. No creaks, no settling, no random ticks of cooling metal, just the sound of the storm and my heartbeat. I realized how close my face was to the wall, how thin that layer of plaster and insulation really was. Inches, less. The flashlight beam, steady now, slid over the torn section, the exposed stud, the gauzy fluff. That was when I heard it. Not from the open hole, not from the attic around me, from inside the wall. Right there, right where my nose almost brushed the plaster. A sound like nails dragging slowly, deliberately downward.
Skr, skr, skr.
It traced from about the height of my face down to near the floor, as if something on the other side were matching its movement to mine. Marking my position through the wood, the scratch wasn't frantic or random. It was slow, methodical, possessive. Every tiny hair along my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. My mouth opened without my permission. No sound came out. The scratching stopped. For half a second, there was nothing. Then, inches from my face, muffled by plaster and fiberglass, something exhaled a single word. It was low and breathy, the consonants softened by the barrier, but I heard it as clearly as if someone had bent down next to my ear and whispered it. Danny. My nickname. The one my mother used, my aunt used, the one only family ever called me. The shape of the syllables was wrong, like a recording played slightly too slow, or like someone had built the sound out of pieces of other voices. There was a hint of my uncle's drawl in it, a hint of my mother's lilt, a hint of me. My own breath hitched into a gasp. The flashlight slipped in my hand again, jerking the beam away from the wall. I scrambled backward on my hands and feet like an insect, not caring where the beams were, nearly tripping over a stack of boxes in my blind rush toward the hatch. The whole time, I could feel the memory of that breath on the other side of the wall, a phantom warmth against my skin. By the time my feet found the top of the ladder, my heart was throwing itself against my ribs so hard, I thought it might crack something. I didn't look back. I clambered down, barely remembering to fold the ladder in before I yanked the hatch closed with a sharp slap. The darkness of the hallway felt almost kind in comparison. I stood there, forehead pressed to the cool paint, the storm roaring around the house, the word it had used for me echoing in my skull. It knew my name, not the one on the mortgage, the one that meant it knew who I was to them. 4.1 pest control and denial. I didn't sleep much after the storm night. Didn't sleep much is generous. I dozed in short, jagged bursts on the couch with the TV on low and every light I owned blazing, jerking awake at every crack of thunder, every gust of wind that made the siding rattle. Every time my eyes started to close, I saw that sagging impression in the insulation again, those hollow pits where eyes should be, the suggestion of a mouth, straining against the thin barrier between us. And then the word it had used for me, syllables dragged like breath through wet plaster. Danny. By morning, my skull felt like it was full of broken glass. My hands shook when I tried to drink coffee. My reflection looked less like tired guy and more like man in the early stages of a breakdown. So I did the most sane, normal thing I could think of. I called pest control, because that's what you do when something is living where it shouldn't be. You call a professional with a truck and a logo and a bunch of traps and chemicals. You put it into a category with raccoons and squirrels and carpenter ants, and you let someone with a printed invoice tell you it's handled. The woman who picked up at Guardian Pest Solutions sounded like she'd heard everything. What seems to be the problem, she asked, typing audibly in the background. I think there's something in my attic. I said, something big. It's not just mice. It moves around, knocks, scratches. It knows where I am. I heard myself and winced. I could almost feel her eyebrows go up over the phone line. So you're hearing noises in the attic, she translated. Kindly neutral. Could be squirrels, raccoons, maybe a possum. We deal with all that. Are you in a house or an apartment house? I said. Giving her the address, she put me on hold long enough for the cheerful jingle about evicting unwanted guests to loop twice, then came back and told me they had a tech who could swing by late morning. Great, I said. Yeah, great. When I hung up, the silence in the house rushed back in like water. I wandered from room to room, too wired to sit still, too exhausted to do anything useful. I turned off the TV, turned it on again, washed a mug, stared at the notebooks on the table and refused to touch them. Around 10:30, a white pickup truck rolled up outside. Bright blue logo of a little cartoon shield squashing a bug plastered on the side. A ladder was strapped to the rack. A man in his 40s climbed out, belly pressing against the zipper of his coveralls. Baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked like the kind of guy you see at Home Depot every Saturday. Solid, normal, the human equivalent of duct tape. He gave the house a quick once-over as he came up the walk, like he was already measuring how much of a pain it was going to be. "You must be Daniel," he said, sticking out a hand. "I'm Ray. Heard you've got some tenants in the attic giving you trouble. Happens, buddy. Happens all the time." "Yeah," I said, shaking his hand. His palm was rough, warm. "Sorry. I'm just a little freaked out. It's been loud." He grinned, showing a chip in one front tooth. "Hey, man. You're talking to a guy who once had a raccoon fall through a lady's bathroom ceiling while she was in the shower. Seen it all. The image made my skin crawl." "Right. Well, hopefully it's not that." He hefted a big flashlight and a smaller tool bag off the truck seat, then followed me inside, stomping his boots on the mat. "So what kind of noises we talking?" he asked casually as we headed upstairs. "Scratching, running, thumping. Any smell. Droppings, all of the above, and also it knows my name." I thought, scratching. "Yeah," I said, "and knocking. Like 3 knocks. Sometimes. And something heavy. Like it dropped something. I don't know." He chuckled. "Attics are like acoustic guitars. Buddy, they make every little thing sound worse. Had one guy swear to me there was a full-grown man living up there. Turned out to be 2 squirrels and a nest of starlings." We reached the upstairs hallway. The attic string dangled where I'd left it. I stepped aside. "It's mostly up there," I said. "And around that side of the house." I pointed vaguely toward the newer wall from below, feeling stupidly vague. Ray glanced up. "All right, let's take a look." He tugged the string and pulled the hatch down without hesitation. The ladder unfolding with its usual protest. Dust rained down onto his shoulders. He brushed it off like snow he'd seen 100 times. "I'll go up. Poke around," he said. "You want to hold the ladder for me?" I grabbed the sides automatically, grateful to have something solid under my hands. He climbed like he'd been doing it since he was 12. No hesitation, no testing each rung. His boots thudded onto the attic beams with an assurance I envied. The big flashlight clicked on with a bright flare. Then his upper body disappeared into the dim, his legs following. From below, all I could see were shifting shadows and the occasional sweep of light across the hatch opening. Every movement he made translated into small creaks and groans through the ceiling. "You got a lot of junk up here," he called down, voice muffled. "Whoa. Watch your footing near this hole. Someone went through the drywall here recently, yeah, I said, feeling my face heat. That was me. He laughed. Happens more than you'd think. I heard him moving slowly, the beam of his flashlight bouncing around in a slow, methodical patrol. Metal clinked, something cardboard crunched. He knocked on beams occasionally, the sound dull through the plaster. I craned my neck, trying to catch glimpses of what he was doing. Every time the light swung near the direction of the newer wall, my stomach clenched. He was quiet for a while, making soft grunt noises that could have been or just exertion. At one point, there was a faint scraping sound from up there that made every muscle in my body go rigid. But then he called down, "Just moving a box. Relax. If something jumps out at me, you'll hear me scream like a little girl. Promise." I tried to smile. It felt like my face was made of stiff plastic. Finally, after what felt like way too long, his boots appeared again at the hatch. He climbed down, dust in his hair, flashlight tucked under one arm. "Well," I asked, trying not to sound as desperate as I felt. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, leaving a streak of gray. "Well," he said, "the good news is, I'm not seeing any sign of anything living up there. No droppings, no chew marks, no nesting material. Insulation's a little torn up in places, but that's just age or somebody rooting around. No obvious entry points from outside that I can see from in here." My stomach sank, but I heard scratching, thumping. "Sure," he said. "Look, these old places, they're like echo chambers. Wind rattles a loose vent and it sounds like it's coming from the opposite side of the house. Branches hit the siding. Critters run across the roof. The whole structure amplifies it. With this storm we just had, I'm not surprised you're hearing all kinds of things." I stared at him. "It knocked," I said, hearing how insane that sounded as it came out, like 3 times, in a row. And I knocked back and he lifted his hand in a gentle, "Whoa there" gesture. Hey, I'm not saying you didn't hear something. I'm saying I don't see physical evidence of an animal infestation. No raccoons, no bats, nothing obvious. Now, if you want, we can set a couple of traps up there just in case. But from a bug and critter standpoint, you're in better shape than half the houses I see. That wall," I said suddenly, "the one along the far side. Did you notice anything weird about it?" He snorted. "Buddy, your whole attic's weird," he said, then saw my face and softened a little. "Yeah." I took a look. The framing around that section definitely looks newer. Different lumber, different nail pattern. Like somebody boxed something in, maybe closed off an old chimney chase or some kind of storage nook. Happens. People get creative with space. Could someone be inside it, I asked, the words out before I could stop them. His expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, into something between amusement and concern. Like, "You mean a person?" I felt my face burn. "Forget it," I muttered. He shrugged. "No, I mean, look, walls are hollow, sure, but there's studs every 16 inches. Electrical, insulation. You'd have to do some serious remodeling to live in there." He chuckled, as if that settled it. It didn't. Not for me. "What about..." I struggled. What about voices? Can street noise travel through the walls like that? Absolutely, he said promptly, happy to have landed on a question with a normal answer. You got any vents? Old flues? Even electrical conduit? Sound will find them. I've had people swear their houses were haunted when it was just their neighbor's TV coming through a shared pipe. This place, he pointed vaguely upward. You got wind. You got trees. You got that little attic window acting like a speaker. I'm not saying you didn't hear a voice. I'm saying it doesn't mean there's anything supernatural going on. Brains are good at filling in the gaps. I wanted to believe him so badly my teeth hurt. He rummaged in his bag, pulled out a couple of glossy pamphlets, handed me one with seasonal pest prevention on the front. We can do a preventative treatment if you're worried. Spray the perimeter. Put some bait stations down. It'll keep the mice out if they do decide to move in later. But right now, active infestation I can treat. The words "no active infestation" sounded clinical. Clean. Completely inadequate. How much do I owe you? I asked. He told me. It was less than I expected. More than I wanted to pay for the privilege of being told I was alone with whatever this was. I wrote him a check with a hand that still didn't feel entirely steady. As he headed for the door, he clapped me lightly on the shoulder. Look, Daniel, old houses are noisy. First storm in a place like this always freaks people out. You'll get used to it. If you start seeing droppings or chew marks, give us a call. Until then, try not to let it get in your head. Okay, too late, I thought. I watched from the window as he climbed into his truck, started it, and pulled away. The bright little shield on the door disappeared around the corner, taking its reassuring normalcy with it. The house felt immediately different in his absence, emptier, somehow. The quiet that fell in the wake of his engine noise was sharp and attentive. See, I said to the empty room, voice brittle. Nothing living up there. You hear that professional opinion? Maybe I was talking to myself. Maybe I was talking to the notebooks on the table, to whatever bits of my uncle still clung to the ink and paper. Maybe I was talking to the space behind the wall. I stood there in the foyer, keys still in my hand, staring at the ceiling, right on cue, as if the timing had been carefully rehearsed. There came a sound from above, a single, soft knock, not loud enough to be mistaken for someone at the front door, not random enough to be chalked up to settling wood, just one clear knock from somewhere overhead, not in the attic beams this time, higher, deeper, like it was coming from inside the wall's hollow body. I closed my eyes. Of course. Of course it had waited until the witness was gone. 4.2 Old news and missing people. When a guy in coveralls tells you there's nothing living up there, you're supposed to feel better. I didn't. After Ray's truck disappeared around the corner, the house settled into a silence that felt smug. I made another pot of coffee I didn't need and wandered around the living room like a caged animal, picking things up and setting them down without really seeing them. Rational brain kept trying to raise its hand. You heard a noise. You saw something in the dark. That's all. Sleep deprivation plus storm plus weird old house equals hallucinations. The rest of me remembered the way the insulation had bulged, the way the voice had shaped my nickname, dragging it like it had never had to wrap itself around human sounds before. Denial only works if you stop feeding the part of you that's afraid. I sat down at the kitchen table, opened my laptop, and did exactly the opposite. At first, I told myself it was practical, due diligence. If I was going to live in this place, if I was going to keep telling myself everything was normal, I wanted to know what normal had looked like for everyone else who'd lived here. I started simple, typed my address into Google. Most of what came up was boring. Zillow-type listings with outdated photos from when the siding paint was only charming and not peeling in sheets. A cached real estate page with phrases like great bones and lots of potential and needs TLC, which all translated to this place will eat your money. A PDF from the county tax assessor's office listing square footage and assessed value. I clicked that one first. The PDF was grainy, scanned at a weird angle. The header said Property Record Card, Hanover TWP, stamped with a date from 5 years ago. My uncle's name was there in block capitals, Mark Hennessy. Under prior owner was a name I recognized from old family stories, O'Connor, Patrick, and Maureen, my grandparents. Before that, the field was blank on this particular copy. I clicked around the county site, digging through drop-down menus that hadn't been updated since the Bush administration, until I found a link that said Sales History. There it was, 1973, Granger, Thomas and Ellen. Before that, the digital record just shrugged data unavailable. Granger's. The name meant nothing to me, but my stomach tightened anyway. I opened a new tab and typed Granger plus my town's name plus Hanover Street. Nothing at first. Then, buried under recipes and a LinkedIn page for some unrelated Granger in another state, a link to a local newspaper archive. It belonged to the county paper, one of those small-town dailies that refused to die. Now living half as a real paper and half as a collection of paywalled PDFs. The search result preview showed the magical words Granger family plus my street name from a 1978 edition. My heart rate kicked up. I shoved my credit card number into the subscription form faster than I'd like to admit, and hit enter. The archive I was clunky. A photo of a yellowed front page loaded slowly, then sharpened. The date at the top read August 12th, 1978. Headlines about gas prices and a county fair. I typed my address into the search box at the top and waited while the spinning wheel chewed on it. 3 hits. I clicked the first one. The article was small, not front page material. Black and white, split between 2 columns. The headline, Local Boy, 8 still missing, family devastated. The text swam for a second as I scrolled. Authorities continued to search for 8-year-old Matthew Granger, missing since Sunday evening. Matthew was last seen playing near his family home on Hanover Street. According to his parents, Thomas and Ellen Granger, there was the address. My address. The story went on he'd been playing in the yard after dinner, chasing fireflies with a friend. The friend went home. Matt didn't. Parents assumed he'd come in. When they realized he hadn't, they called the neighbors. Then the police, canvases were done. The woods out back were searched. A pond was dragged as a precaution. At this time, the Hanover Township Police Department believes foul play cannot be ruled out. The article read, Neighbors report hearing nothing unusual that night. I read the last sentence 3 times. Neighbors report hearing nothing unusual. I pictured the house as it must have been then, still old, but less tired, maybe with fresh paint, toys scattered in the yard, curtains that weren't nicotine-stained, the same narrow driveway, the same 2 stories, the same little attic window squinting out over the backyard. I scrolled down. There was a photo family shot, probably from some church picnic. The grainy image showed a woman clutching a purse, eyes swollen but defiant, a man next to her, jaw clenched. Between them, a boy in a baseball cap grinning at the camera. Underneath, the caption, Ellen and Thomas Granger with their son Matthew, missing since Sunday. My chest hurt. I went back to the search results, clicked the second hit. It was from a follow-up a week later. No developments. Search scaled back. Police asking anyone with information to come forward. The tone had shifted from urgent to resigned. The boy's picture was smaller this time. The third hit was a fragment in a "This Week 10 Years Ago" retrospective. No new information then, either. I sat back, rubbing my eyes until stars bloomed. It didn't necessarily mean anything. Kids go missing. Houses have histories. The Grangers could have sold the place after that. Unable to live in a home where their kid had vanished from the front yard, my grandparents could have bought it cheap, thinking they were getting a deal, telling themselves tragedies don't stick to the walls. But my mind couldn't help connecting the dots: a missing boy in the 70s. Stories of neighbors hearing nothing unusual. Decades later, my uncle writing about scratches and breathing and something calling his name through plaster. And now me. I dug deeper. Typed my uncle's name into the archive search bar. This time, I got 2 hits. The first was nothing. He'd been listed once in the court reports section for a DUI 15 years ago. Mugshot barely visible. Just a white rectangle with his name under it. That was its own kind of sad. But it didn't have anything to do with the house. The second result was more recent. Strange odor on Hanover Street prompts fire depth. Response from some midsummer week, maybe 5 years back. I clicked with a sense of dread. The article was short. It described how multiple calls had come in about a strong, foul smell in the neighborhood. Fire department and police had responded, expecting maybe a gas leak or a dead animal. The smell was eventually traced to spoiled meat in a malfunctioning chest freezer in the basement of a Hanover Street home. My uncle's name was there, mentioned in passing as cooperative with authorities. The piece described him as embarrassed and remorseful for the disturbance. There were quotes from a couple of neighbors. One said something about being relieved it was nothing worse. The other was from a woman who declined to be identified, just described as a nearby resident. "You hear things," is all I'll say. She'd told the reporter, "Sometimes you just know something isn't right." That line had a different weight now that I'd heard my own something in the walls. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred, then leaned back, rubbing the bridge of my nose. The chair creaked under me. For a moment, I thought it was the house making that sound, and my whole body tensed. By any rational metric, all I had here were coincidences and bad vibes. An old missing kid case in a town where nothing else big ever made the paper. A freezer that had gone bad. An aunt who'd probably told the neighbors her brother kept to himself and meant it. But it didn't feel rational. It felt like the house had a pattern. Missing boy, bad smell, dead man, me on deck. I went back to the article about Matthew Granger. Fingers tight on the trackpad. There was a small, low-resolution photo embedded halfway down an exterior shot of the house from the street, taken back when the siding had been a different color and the trees out front were thinner. The photographer had framed it at a slight angle, the way local reporters do to make a mundane scene look more interesting. You could see the front steps, the front door, the big downstairs window. Off to the left, a sliver of the driveway. Above, barely in frame, the little attic window. Something about that tiny rectangle of shadow pulled at my eyes. I zoomed in. The image blocky pixeled into squares. The house turned into a mosaic of gray and off-white. I dragged the zoom box up until the attic window filled as much of the screen as the program would allow. It was still grainy. Lines of distortion ran through it where the scanner had hiccuped. but in the middle of the glass. In the darker gray of the interior, there were two paler shapes. They could have been reflections. Light bouncing off something behind the photographer. The ghost of cloud cover. Artifacts of the scanning process. A smudge. Rationally, I knew that. Emotionally, all I saw were two pale ovals about the size of hands, positioned side by side, as if something inside the attic had pressed its palms flat against the window, while someone down below took a photo of the house where a child had vanished. I tried to convince myself I was seeing patterns where there weren't any. I zoomed in until the image fell apart completely, the pale shapes dissolving into digital noise. Then I zoomed out again, and there they were, the suggestion of fingers. Maybe, at the top of each oval, 5 little irregular lighter spots pressing against the glass. My skin went cold, prickled all over. It could be anything. I told myself. A curtain, a trick of the light, damage to the negative. My brain, fried on too much caffeine and not enough sleep, inventing ghosts to match the ones in my walls. But as I stared at that 30-year-old, pixelated window with its two bright shapes, all I could think was, whatever is in this house has been looking out at this street for a very long time. 4.3 journals turned to tally, marks. At some point, the notebook stopped feeling like curiosity and started feeling like evidence. Not evidence in the court sense, evidence like the black box recording of a plane that already went down. You're listening, not because you can stop the crash, but because you want to know exactly when the screaming started. The last notebook was thinner than the others. The cardboard cover creased in the middle like it had been folded over on itself for long stretches. There was no date range on the spine this time, just a greasy thumbprint and a partial M where my uncle had started to write something and then changed his mind. I opened it. The first few entries picked up where the previous notebook had left off. Just worse. Didn't sleep last night. Not even a little. It waited until I turned the TV off and then started in, tapping in the living room wall. Always 3, with that little pause. Like it's laughing. I turned the TV back on. It stopped. As soon as the commercial jingle came on, it tapped in time to the song. 3 beats behind. I could picture him sitting in that same living room, the one I now used as my office, the TV flickering, some stupid car insurance commercial playing, a perky voice singing about savings, while something inside the bones of the house tapped along like it was learning the melody. I flipped the page. I tried ignoring it. Didn't help. It just got more creative. Tapped out the theme song to that game show I watch. Same damn 5-note pattern. Over and over. Like it wanted me to notice it had figured it out. Like a kid showing off. The words "like a kid" were underlined twice. The second line shaky. He stopped going out at night, according to another entry, who wrote about how walking past the attic hatch after dark made his skin crawl. Went to take the trash out at 9 p.m. Heard it moving above me as soon as I stepped under the hatch. One long scrape, following me down the hall, came back in. It tracked me to the kitchen. If it wants me out of the house, it can ask nicer. I found it weirdly comforting that even with his paranoia full-blown, he still made half-hearted jokes, like he was trying to leave some semblance of himself on the page for whoever came after. The breathing came up again and again, not just once, like an isolated hallucination, night after night. Back in the bedroom. Tried earplugs. Didn't matter. I could feel it tonight more than hear it. Pressure through the wall, like someone standing with their forehead pressed to the plaster on the other side of mine. The breathing was louder, wet. It's never going to get better. Whatever's in there. It's not like a lung infection clears up if you're stuck in a wall. Another night I coughed and it copied me. That's the part I can't get over. It wasn't immediate. I coughed once. The way I have to now because the cigarettes and the cold air make my chest feel like sandpaper. Couple seconds later, from the wall, same sound. Little rough hack, then a rattle at the end. I held my breath, waited, coughed again on purpose. 2 counts. 1, 2. Then it did it again. Off by half a beat. Like always. Lagging. Learning. It is learning my rhythms. He'd circled that last sentence. Pressed so hard the ink had bled through to the next page. The idea lodged under my skin in a way nothing else had. It wasn't just copying words or knocks. It was copying him. The tempo of his breathing. The spacing of his coughing fits. Learning the soundtrack of his body from the other side of a 6-inch barrier. I thought about the way it had knocked back at me. 2 knocks. Half a second after mine. Like an echo that wasn't quite an echo. The entries got shorter after that. Less explanation. More timestamps, 2:38 a.m. Tapping in kitchen wall. 3:41. Whisper. Right at the baseboard. Couldn't make words out this time. Here and there. A full sentence slipped through. Like he couldn't help himself. Doorbell rang this afternoon. Didn't answer. Can't decide if I'm more afraid of it or of other people seeing what I've turned into. He talked about Patty calling to check in. About ignoring it. About letting it go to voicemail and then unplugging the landline because every time the phone rang, something tapped once in the wall like it was annoyed. Then the words started to thin out in a different way. Halfway through the notebook, the neat lines of blue on the paper didn't hold sentences anymore. They held vertical strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, a diagonal slash through them, a little prison fence of 5. Then again, underneath. And again, row after row of tally marks marching down the page, across it, filling every available space. At first I thought maybe he'd just snapped, that he'd fallen into some compulsive loop, drawing lines to keep his hands busy, to keep his brain from chewing itself raw. Then I noticed the numbers tucked into the margins, next to one cluster, in tiny script 317, next to another 402, elsewhere 111 258 303. Each cluster of marks had a time next to it, like he was logging something, events, occurrences. Either he'd decided words took up too much room, or whatever was happening was occurring so often that words became pointless. I flipped forward. More tallies. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Maybe. Pages where 90% of the space was just these ink fences. Each little group a notch in some terrible internal count. Sometimes he'd write a single word between them, wedged into the tiny gaps left. Knocks. Whispers. Breath. On one page, next to an especially dense patch where the lines blurred into a solid block of ink, he'd written 4 hours, no break. My stomach turned. I imagined him sitting here, hunched over this very table, just marking and marking and marking while something behind the wall tapped and breathed and maybe, occasionally, said his name in a voice cobbled together from people he'd loved. By the time I reached the last few pages, my hand had started to shake turning them. The cheap paper rasped against my fingertips. The second to last page was almost entirely tallies. Only a narrow strip at the bottom was blank. Like even in the middle of his obsession, he'd left himself one tiny space to say something if he needed to. He hadn't used it. The very last page was worse. The tallies here were denser, crammed in at odd angles, lines crossing lines. Some of them overlapped, like he'd run out of room but kept going anyway. The ink was darker, fresher looking somehow, as if he'd pressed harder with the pen. I ran my eyes down the page, expecting nothing but more marks. Near the bottom, right where the lines met the cardboard, there was a break, a little blank valley in the forest of ink, just a 1/4 inch high. In that narrow space, in the tiniest cramped writing I'd seen yet, my uncle had squeezed one last sentence. I had to tilt the notebook, bring it closer, to make it out. I tried to feed it something that isn't me. I don't think it was enough. The words sat there, plain ink on yellowing paper, and somehow felt heavier than anything else I'd read. Feed it. The phrase turned over in my head like a rock in a river. Feed it. Not give it. Not throw something at it. Feed. As in, something consumed. I thought of the article about the spoiled meat in a malfunctioning chest freezer. Neighbors complaining about a smell. My uncle embarrassed. The fire department writing it off as a mess, not a crime. What had he put in that freezer? Really? How long had it been there before someone called? Had he dragged that freezer down there specifically to keep something in it cold until he could shove it through a wall? Or I thought of the older article, the Grangers standing helpless in their yard, the boy in the baseball cap, the void where he'd been, the 2 pale shapes in the attic window, hands pressed against the inside of the glass while the camera clicked. My brain flinched away from the next question, even as it formed. How many times had this thing been fed before my uncle tried to give it something that isn't me? What counts as enough? My eyes drifted across the tally marks again. Hundreds of little vertical lines, each one a notch in some escalation I couldn't see. Each one a moment of contact, a knock, a breath, a whisper. Counted and filed until words failed. I looked up from the notebook and saw the Polaroid on the table where I'd left it. The faded photo of the wall upstairs, stained dark in long streaks. The bulge in the plaster that suggested the outline of something pressing outward. 15 years ago, he'd been feeding it before he ever wrote my name in these pages, before the ruined freezer, before the neighbors complained, before Aunt Patty told me at the funeral that at least the house didn't go to the state this time. Maybe he'd thought he could bargain with it, trade something it wanted less than him, buy himself some nights of silence with someone or something else's terror. I don't think it was enough. He'd written, squeezed into the last bit of white space he had left. The words felt like they'd been waiting for me. Not enough for what to satisfy it, to make it go away, to keep it from dragging its wet, rattling breath up to my section of the wall. Now that he wasn't here anymore, I closed the notebook gently, like if I did it too fast, the words might spill out. Above me, the house creaked once, a long, low sigh in the direction of the attic. Whatever was in there hadn't just been hungry, it had been fed. 5.1 breaking point. There's only so long you can go without real sleep before something gives. I don't mean staying up too late scrolling and then dragging through work the next day. I mean the kind of slow-motion collapse where your body keeps functioning out of habit while your brain frays at the edges. The days started blurring. Scenes bled into each other, the blue glow of my laptop screen. The same 3 shirts rotating through the laundry. the same mug of coffee reheated too many times in the microwave. I'd catch myself standing in the kitchen, not sure if I'd already filled the coffee maker or just thought about it. I'd walk into a room and forget why I'd gone there. On Zoom, my coworkers' faces hovered in boxes like disembodied heads. I saw my own in the corner pale, eyes ringed in gray, jaw clenched. "Everything okay over there?" My manager asked one morning, after I snapped a little too hard at a guy who'd locked himself out of his account for the 4th time that week. "Yeah," I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Just, the new place is loud. Storm did a number on it." He laughed. "You'll get used to it. First house is always a money pit. And a headache." He had no idea. The sounds didn't stay politely in the night anymore. They crept into the day. I'd be on a call with a user, walking them through resetting their password, when I'd hear a faint knocking somewhere inside the wall behind my desk, soft, rhythmic, just enough to make the hair on my arms stir. I'd mute myself, heart racing, and the sound would stop. The second I unmuted and tried to focus on the caller again, it would start up somewhere else, a few feet away, like a bored neighbor tapping a pen. In the shower, hot water beating on my neck, the steam clouding the mirror. I heard scratching behind the tiles, not the light, skittering patter of mice. Long, slow drags, as if nails too long and too many were raking down the studs behind the wet wall, tracing the line where my spine pressed against the plastic curtain. I started leaving the bathroom door open while I showered, just so I could see the hallway, just so I wouldn't feel boxed in. Sometimes, when the house was very still, I'd catch what sounded like whispering in rooms with no vents, a low murmur just at the edge of hearing, like someone 2 rooms over talking into a pillow. The words never resolved into anything, but the cadence was there, rising and falling. Sometimes with that half-beat delay I'd come to recognize like a fingerprint. I told myself it was wind sneaking through cracks, pipes, the refrigerator's fans cycling on and off, anything but intentional sound. Denial got thinner by the hour, 3 nights in a row. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m., a time I'd seen circled again and again in my uncle's tally marks. Each time, I'd snap awake with my heart already thudding like I'd been running. The room would be dark and too quiet. My phone's lock screen would glare that same number at me like a taunt. The first night, nothing followed. Just me lying there, listening to the house breathe around me, waiting for the next thing that never came. The second night, there were knocks somewhere far off in the structure, faint, distant, like someone dropping something in the far end of the attic. I lay motionless, counting seconds between them, until dawn smudged the window and normal morning noises started. Garbage truck, birds, someone's car alarm chirping down the block. By the third night, I was so tightly wound that just seeing 3:17 on my phone made my chest seize. That was the night everything snapped. I don't remember the dream I was having, just the sensation of being observed, not watched, not glared at, observed, clinically, almost, like a specimen on a slide. I opened my eyes into the dark with the absolute certainty that something was staring straight down at me. My phone lay face down on the floor, screen dimmed. I groped for it, my fingers fumbling on the case, and flipped it over. 3:17, of course. The air felt heavy on my skin. The silence in the house had a density to it, like wool stuffed in my ears. I didn't hear anything at first. No scratching, no knocking, just the faint hiss of my own breath and the tick, tick, tick of the cheap bedside clock. Then, from directly above my bed, I heard it, a slow, dragging sound. It started at one end of the attic soft enough that, if I'd been asleep, it wouldn't have woken me. A weight being pulled across wood. Very gently. No squeal of nails. No hurried scramble. Just that steady drag. It moved. From one end of the attic to the other. I tracked it in my mind, across the length of the house, hearing it pass over where I knew the small bedroom was, where the dinosaur curtains still hung, over the hallway, over the bathroom, getting closer, closer, closer. There was a pause just before it reached the space above my room, like something standing at the top of stairs, savoring the last step. Then it continued. The sound rolled over my bed in a slow, deliberate line, like something stretched out long and low was being pulled or was pulling itself from one side of the ceiling to the other. It settled directly overhead and stopped. The weight of it not physical, but something like that pressed down. I felt it as a presence more than a sound, like the way you feel someone leaning over you in the dark before they touch you. Every instinct in me screamed to stay perfectly still. Pull the blanket over my head. Pretend to be asleep. Pretend to be dead. I'd been doing that metaphorically. Anyway, for weeks, something in me shifted. Irrational fear tipped into something else, anger. It came up fast, hot, the way it does when you've been holding tears back too long and something stupid finally breaks the dam. I was tired. Tired of the knocks. Tired of the breathing. Tired of my own heartbeat being used as a metronome. Tired of flinching every time the house settled. I was tired of inheriting someone else's nightmare and treating it like a mortgage I just had to manage. This is my house now. The thought came sharp and clear, cutting through the fog. Not yours. I threw the blanket back and swung my feet onto the floor. The air felt colder than it should have, biting at my ankles. My hands shook, but not with the same helpless tremor they'd had before. This was something closer to adrenaline. Rage wrapped in terror. "Enough," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Enough. The dragging sound didn't resume. Whatever had tracked itself above me stayed put, like it was listening. I walked out of the bedroom, flipping the light on as I went, even though the power of a 60-watt bulb seemed laughable against whatever was happening between the studs and the plaster. In the hallway, the attic string hung in its usual place, swaying almost imperceptibly in some current I didn't feel. I didn't touch it. Not yet. Instead, I went downstairs. My bare feet slapped against the wood with more force than necessary. The house didn't creak the way it usually did under my weight. It felt like it was holding still, watching. In the kitchen, I yanked open the basement door and flicked on the light. The single bare bulb down there burned a jaundiced circle over the concrete floor, over the old washer and dryer, over the rust-stained utility sink. The air smelled like damp concrete and old metal, and something else lingering under that fainter now, but unmistakable if you'd read the words "spoiled meat" in a freezer and couldn't unsee them. Against one wall, leaning between a stack of paint cans and a half-collapsed shelving unit, was my uncle's old toolbox. Red metal, corners dented, stickers peeled halfway off. There were still cobwebs clinging to the handle. I dragged it into the light, flipped the clasps, and opened it. Inside, everything was arranged in that half-organized way of people who do their own repairs, hammers nested with screwdrivers. pliers crossing over wrenches, a box of nails rattling freely in one corner, a tape measure, a cheap level with the bubble trapped slightly off-center like it couldn't quite find true, beneath a tangle of electrical tape and zip ties. I found what I was looking for, a crowbar. It was about 2 feet long, black paint flaking off the hooked ends. When I picked it up, it felt heavier than it looked, solid in my hand in a way nothing else in this situation did. I grabbed a hammer, a claw hammer with a worn wooden handle polished by years of sweat. The weight of it was familiar from a dozen little repair jobs I'd watched my dad do as a kid. Even now, holding it, I could hear his voice saying, "Always use the right tool for the job, Danny." A dust mask and goggles sat on a nearby shelf, left over from some long ago home improvement project. I took those too. Not because I was worried about OSHA regulations at 3 in the morning, but because something about covering my mouth and eyes felt like armor. Back upstairs, the house felt smaller somehow, narrower. The hall lights seemed too bright, painting every imperfection in the walls in sharp relief. The notebooks on the kitchen table lay where I'd left them, silently testifying. I stopped for a second, crowbar in one hand, hammer in the other, and looked at the thin stack of spiral bindings. I'm not living under a mystery anymore, I said to the quiet house. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. Whatever's up there, whatever you did, it stops being a rumor tonight. I took the stairs 2 at a time. At the top, in the hallway, I could feel it again, something like a pressure above, hanging over that central patch of ceiling, over the hatch, over me. The attic string waited. I set the tools down for a moment, tightened the straps of the dust mask around my face until it pinched, slipped the goggles on until the world narrowed to a plastic-framed rectangle. The gear fogged slightly with my breath, but even that felt better than nothing. I picked up the crowbar. The metal was cool against my palm. "This is my house now," I whispered, more to myself than anything else. "Not yours." Then I reached for the string and pulled the hatch down, ready to stop being the next person in the house who knew and did nothing. 5.2 opening what should stay closed. I didn't actually start swinging the hammer at 3 in the morning. I thought about it, standing there in the hallway in my pajamas, crowbar in one hand, hammer in the other, adrenaline humming in my veins. I almost pulled the ladder down and went straight up. But even in that state, some part of me understood that going at a mystery space in the attic, in the middle of the night, with nothing but a phone flashlight and borderline psychosis was a good way to end up as a headline. So I waited. I sat at the kitchen table until dawn, the tools within arm's reach, the sky outside the window slowly shifting from black to charcoal to a washed-out blue. The house creaked occasionally, but whatever had dragged itself above my bed stayed quiet, like it was curious what I would do next. When the sun finally cleared the roofs across the street and painted a strip of gold on my kitchen wall, I stood up, finished the cold coffee in one swallow, and got to work. If I was going to do this, I was going to do it like a sane person doing an insane thing in broad daylight, with electricity, extension cords, and protective gear. I drove to Home Depot as soon as it opened, walking through those automatic doors, under the fluorescent lights, felt like crossing into a different reality. Men in orange aprons asked if I needed help finding anything. Classic rock played overhead. Nobody knew there was something learning my breathing patterns in my walls. I bought a cheap halogen work light on a metal stand, a contractor-grade dust mask, and a pair of clear safety goggles that didn't fog the instant you exhaled. I added a box of heavy-duty trash bags and a bigger pry bar to the cart on impulse. When I got back, I ran an extension cord from an outlet in the upstairs hallway up into the attic, careful not to trip on it as I climbed. The work light clicked on with a harsh white glare that made the old attic bulb look like a candle by comparison. Under that light, the attic looked less like a haunted space and more like what it was, an old storage area with crooked beams and too much junk. Dust motes swirled in the air like snow in a snow globe someone had shaken a little too hard. I set the light up on a patch of plywood a few feet from the newer wall, angling it so it washed the whole surface in white. The wall's off-white paint looked grayer under the glare, the faint waves in the plaster more noticeable. I laid the blueprint down on a relatively dust-free box and double-checked the measurements, counting the studs by the slight rises in the surface, by the regular spacing of nail heads. I paced off the length, matching it to the numbers my uncle had scribbled in red, to my own notes. The missing space on paper lined up exactly with a 10-foot run of that newer wall, starting about 3 feet from the chimney and running toward the back of the house. That was where I'd start. I pulled the dust mask over my face, snugged the metal strip along my nose, and slipped the goggles on. The elastic straps bit into the back of my head. The world narrowed to the rectangle of light. The wall, the tools in my hands. For a moment, I just stood there, hammer held loosely at my side, the crowbar leaning against my leg. The pounding of my heart sounded loud inside the mask, like I had my ear pressed to my own chest. This is stupid. One part of my brain said, call the cops. Call literally anyone else. If you don't do this, you're going to die the way he did. Another part said, quieter and much more convincing. I took a breath. The mask filtered the attic smell into something flat and papery. Then I raised the hammer. The first blow landed with a dull, meaty thud. The sound was wrong for plaster. It should have been crisper, more brittle. Instead, the impact vibrated through the wall and into the framing, buzzing up my arm. A web of hairline cracks spidered out from the point of impact, fine white lines spreading through the dingy paint. Dust puffed out around the head of the hammer, a soft gray explosion that hung in the air. I hit it again, harder. This time there was a sharper crack as the plaster gave way beneath the surface. A small chunk dislodged, exposing the brownish-gray underlayer. The work light made every contour stand out, every imperfection a shadow. Each swing sent a shiver through the wall, through the beams bracing it, through the floor joists under my feet. The whole house seemed to flinch. By the fourth or fifth hit, I felt it before I smelled it. There was a change in the air pressure, a subtle shift, like someone opening a door in a distant room. The dust, instead of just billowing out, seemed to be drawn inward for a second, then pushed back. Then the smell came. At first it was faint, just a thread of something sour under the dust. Then it thickened, slithering out through the growing cracks in the wall like it had been waiting. Rot. Not the sharp, nose-wrinkling reek of fresh garbage. This was older, sweet, in a way that made my stomach lurch, like fruit left too long in the bottom of a bowl until it liquefied. There was a moldy undertone, damp and woolly, and underneath that, something metallic like the smell of a handful of pennies, or the tang of blood when you bite your tongue, even with the mask on. It hit me. I gagged. eyes watering behind the goggles, and took a step back, sucking in filtered air that suddenly didn't feel filtered enough. Jesus Christ, I choked, voice muffled. The smell meant one thing: whatever was behind this wall hadn't been sealed with care. There were gaps, cracks, enough for air to move, enough for other things to move. I swallowed hard, forced my hand not to shake, and stepped back in. The drywall wasn't thick. Once the outer layer cracked, it went fast. After a couple more blows, a section about the size of a dinner plate caved inward, disappearing into the darkness beyond with a crumbling whoosh. Cold, stale air rushed out to meet me, thick with that cloying stench. I dropped the hammer, grabbed the crowbar, and sank its flat end into the ragged hole. The metal scraped against studs and something else, something softer that made a faint, tearing sound. I leaned my weight into it. The wall groaned, protested, then surrendered. A whole panel of plaster and drywall broke free, collapsing inward with a thunk, then sliding down onto whatever passed for a floor on the other side. The opening yawned, jagged and uneven, just big enough to crouch and squeeze through. I raised the work light, angling it so the beam shot into the newly exposed space. For a moment, all I saw was darkness. Then the light adjusted, my eyes adjusted, and the hidden room behind the wall took shape. It wasn't really a room, more like a long, narrow crawl space, maybe 3 feet high at the center, tapering down toward the outer wall. It stretched along the length of the house, following the line I'd traced on the blueprint. The floor was boarded, but the boards were old and warped, some bowed up, others sagging. The studs that formed the inner wall on the far side were visible here, and beyond them, another layer of cladding. Someone had built a false wall, then another wall behind it. No door, no hatch, no obvious access from inside the house except the one I'd just created. The walls inside that space were wrong. In the harsh white light, I could see that almost every inch of them was covered in marks, streaks, smears, symbols drawn in some dark material that had dried and flaked over time. Some were just long vertical lines, others spirals, circles, jagged shapes that made my eyes ache if I stared at them too long. They weren't paint. The color was wrong, too brown, too near black. In places, it had dripped and run, leaving trails like dried tears. Something had been written here, over and over, until the walls themselves had become a kind of text. I lifted the light higher, my arms already starting to shake from the strain. That's when I saw the bones. They lay scattered along the warped boards, half buried in dust and debris. The light hit one at an angle, and it glowed faintly yellow-white, like old ivory. Closest to the opening was a skull, human, no question. The eye sockets stared back at me, empty and round. A jagged crack ran from above the right orbit back along the temple, like something had struck it hard years ago. A couple of teeth were missing from the jaw. The ones that remained were the flat, familiar shapes you see in a dentist's poster. I made a sound, a strangled, involuntary noise that might have been a word if it had anywhere to go. Beyond the skull, I could see long bones, femurs or humeroi, lying in disordered heaps. Some were clean. Others still had tatters of something clinging to them, dried ligaments, maybe, or remnants of whatever had once been attached. Here and there, on the smoother surfaces, were marks. Indentations, little crescents and grooves clustered along the edges. At first I thought of tools, then I realized the pattern was all wrong. They looked like bite marks, not neat, predatory punctures, ragged, overlapping impressions, as if something with far too many teeth had gnawed idly at the ends when it was bored. Mixed in with the bigger bones were smaller ones, ribs like white parentheses, vertebrae stacked like gray coins, and among them, scattered like dropped beads, were tiny bones, delicate, fragile, phalanges the size of matchsticks, a femur no longer than my thumb. Children. My knees nearly gave out. In the tumble of debris, I spotted scraps of fabric faded, colorless now, but with hints of patterns. A strip of something that might once have been denim, a corner of a floral print, clinging to a shard of pelvis. Near the back, half buried in dust, was the rusted buckle of a belt, the leather long since rotted away. Half a shoe lay on its side near the far stud, toes pointing toward me. It was small, the sole peeling, the canvas upper torn. A little cartoon rocket was still visible on the side, the colors almost completely gone. Something in my chest clenched so hard it hurt. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't an animal's nest. It wasn't a single terrible night that had ended with one body being hidden away. This was a pattern, a dumping ground, a place where things or people had been shoved, year after year, until the space filled with bones and the walls filled with whatever was left of them. The smell washed over me again, thicker now that there was a direct opening. My stomach heaved. I bent forward, dry heaving into my mask, the plastic and fabric catching my breath in hot, sour bursts. I straightened, swaying, the work light wobbling in my hand and casting wild shadows across the skull, across the gnawed bones, across the streaked walls. My uncle's note echoed in my head like a chant. I tried to feed it something that isn't me, looking into that hidden room. It was painfully clear he hadn't been the first. He might not have been the worst. Whatever was in there had been fed for a very long time. Woo. 3 signs. It was recent for a minute or two. All I could do was stare into that opening and try not to pass out. The work light glared into the narrow space, bleaching the skulls and bones and streaked walls into a high-contrast nightmare. My mask filtered the worst of the smell, but it still clawed down my throat. Thick and sweet and rotten. It felt like the stink had weight, like it could settle inside my lungs and never leave. Any sane person would have stopped there, called the police, walked out of the house and never come back. I didn't feel sane. I felt like I'd been living under this cavity for weeks, like my entire life had collapsed down to this thin slice of space between walls. If I backed away now, I knew I'd never really leave it behind. I'd see it every time I closed my eyes. So I did the worst possible thing. I got down on my knees. The floorboards under me creaked. I slid the work light closer to the jagged opening, angling it so the beam ran along the inside, and then I ducked my head and crawled in. The change in air hit me like a slap. Outside in the attic, the air had been dry and dusty. In here, it was humid, close, like a mouth that had been shut too long. The smell wrapped around me, sank through the mask, old rot and mold and that metallic tang of rusted blood. It coated my tongue. I felt it behind my eyes. Every breath made my stomach churn. The space was just tall enough for me to hunch. The crown of my head brushed the rafters if I straightened even a little. My shoulders almost scraped both walls. The warped floor dipped and rose under my palms and knees. I moved carefully, conscious of how thin the boards might be and of what lay under them. The walls, up close, were worse than they looked from the opening. The marks weren't random. They were angular shapes, harsh triangles and crooked crosses, circles half-finished and overwritten, cross-hatched patterns that looked like someone had dragged fingers or something like fingers over the same patch again and again until the original lines blurred. Tallies scored directly into the wood. Vertical scratches grouped in fives. Some had been smeared over with that same dried dark stuff, turning them into almost legible symbols. Others were newer, the cuts sharper, lighter colored, different hands, different times, layers of obsession. In some places, the material on the walls had turned matte and flaky, like old scabs. In others, it still held a sickly sheen. Catching the worklight with a subtle wetness, I reached out without thinking, then stopped myself an inch short of touching, even through the glove. I didn't want whatever that was on my skin. The bones lay everywhere I looked, half sunk in the dust. I tried not to focus on them, but my eyes dragged over the shapes anyway, sockets, joints, the curve of a rib, small bones scattered like dice, a disarticulated jaw lying upside down, teeth pointed at the ceiling. Something had been feeding here, or being fed. I swallowed hard. The sound loud inside the mask, near the far end of the visible space. The light picked out a shape that didn't belong among the old wood and old bone. A mattress, thin, stained, flattened almost to nothing, sagging in the middle where a body had lain again and again. The fabric was discolored and wide, irregular patches, some brown, some nearly black. In the brightest parts of the beam, I could see places where it had gone stiff and cracked. The fibers clumped together. I didn't need a lab report to guess what had seeped into it. Next to the mattress sat a plastic bowl, tipped on its side. A fuzz of green mold had grown over the congealed sludge inside, like fuzzy moss on a dead thing. A trail of dried something ran from the bowl to a darker stain on the boards. Beside it, a plastic water bottle lay crumpled. It was half full of liquid the color of weak urine, yellowish. Cloudy. The cap was off, resting nearby. Flies would have loved it. If they'd been able to get in here. They hadn't. Whatever lived here hadn't needed flies. The sight of those mundane objects, bowl, bottle, mattress, hit me harder than the bones had. This wasn't just a hidden tomb. Someone had lived in here, not decades ago, with the Grangers, not in my grandparents' time. Recently, I crawled a little further, the boards creaking under even my careful weight. My knees felt damp through my jeans. I tried not to think about what I was kneeling in, near the mattress. Scribbles on the wall took on a different character. The lines were darker here, the strokes more confident. Some of the symbols overlapped older ones like fresh graffiti over faded tags. In the harsh white light, they looked almost glossy. I leaned in closer, the mask starting to itch where it pressed against my cheeks. Some of the markings weren't just drawn, they were still tacky. I could see it. The way the surface of one thick smear caught and held the light differently, like a half-dried streak of paint or ink, tiny ridges along the edges, as if the substance had been dragged across the wood with a fingertip or the side of a hand not that long ago. On the floor near the nearest stud, my beam snagged on something small and plastic, a black marker, cheap, modern. The kind you buy in a 3-pack at the dollar store. The cap lay a few inches away, sticky where it had landed in a puddle of something dark that had dried around it. I picked the marker up with 2 gloved fingers. The body was smeared, my uncle's fingerprints or someone's rendered in overlapping, greasy strokes. I thumbed the tip lightly. It left a faint black line on my glove. Not dried up, not abandoned years ago. Recent. I could see him here. Suddenly. Mark. My uncle. Crawling into this space with his bad back, dragging a thin mattress and cheap supplies. The notebooks and diagrams were one thing. This was different. This was commitment. At some point, he'd decided observing wasn't enough. He'd come in here, into its space to be closer, to study, to bargain, to feed. That thought made the air feel even tighter. My stomach rolled again. I pressed my forehead briefly against my arm, feeling the sweat bead under the mask, the goggles fogging for a moment before clearing. Not just old crime scene, not a sealed-off past. This place had been used. Long after the first bones. Long after the freezer incident. Maybe even after I'd already signed the papers, while the house sat waiting. I began backing out, inch by careful inch. The work light cord tugged against my ankle. I moved it, trying not to snag it on anything. I wanted out of this narrow throat of a room more than I'd ever wanted anything. My left hand slipped on a warped board slick with something. My palm skidded, fingers sliding into a small groove in the wood where liquid had once pooled and dried. The smell surged up around me, overpowering even through the mask. I coughed, gagging, my vision going white at the edges. The beam of the work light swung wildly, slicing across bones, across the mattress, across the streaks on the walls. Then it paused, purely by chance. On one of the studs near the opening, something had been carved into the raw wood there, at about eye level when you first crawled in. I squinted, dragging myself closer to read it. 2 letters, cut in with something sharp. My uncle's initials, underneath, a date. The month and year matched the property tax bill I'd seen on the kitchen counter at the lawyer's office. The day my breath stuttered was just 2 weeks before his official time of death. He'd been in here right up until the end. Beside the date, gouged in more roughly, the cuts deeper, slanting slightly as if done in a hurry, were words. I had to trace them with my eyes twice to make sure I was reading them right. It doesn't like being left alone. The sentence looked like a confession, or a reminder, or both. A chill knifed through the hot, fetid air. He hadn't just been watching it from the other side of the wall. He'd been in here with it, keeping it company, feeding it something that isn't me, trying, in his warped, terrified logic, to keep it satisfied so it wouldn't come looking for anyone else. And then, for whatever reason, age, injury, guilt, he'd left it alone. He'd fallen down the stairs accidentally not long after. I didn't want to think too hard about whether those 2 facts were related. My chest felt too tight. The crawl space, with its bones and its symbols and its stale breath, was suddenly unbearable. I scrambled the rest of the way out, skin crawling, banging my shoulder against the raw edge of the opening on my way. Splinters snagged the fabric of my shirt. The work light wobbled dangerously. I grabbed it at the last second before it tipped, back in the attic proper. The air felt thin and cold in comparison, like stepping out of a crowded, overheated room into winter. I sucked it in greedily, even through the mask. The smell followed me anyway. It clung to the inside of the filter, to my hair, to the tang of my own sweat. I ripped the mask off as I staggered toward the hatch, gulping the dusty attic air like it was fresh mountain breeze. My hands shook so badly that the work light beam jittered across the beams and boxes, throwing monsters onto every surface. My fingertips stung. I looked down and saw that, despite the gloves, some of the dark stuff from the stud and the wall had seeped onto the skin at the base of my fingers where the glove didn't quite cover. It had dried there in thin streaks, under the sharp tang of dust. I could smell it, old blood and ink and something else. Get out, I told myself. My voice sounded wrong, high and thin. I shoved the light toward the hatch, half dropping it down onto the hallway floor, then planted my foot on the top rung of the ladder. The attic seemed to lean in as I descended, the jagged hole in the wall at my back like an open, watching mouth. I half climbed, half slid down the ladder, boots skidding on the rungs. When my feet hit the hallway, my knees buckled. I caught myself on the wall, leaving a faint, greasy handprint where my fingers hit the paint. The smell came with me inside my nose now, behind my teeth. No amount of clean air would get it out. I folded the ladder up with a violent shove and let the hatch slam shut above me, the sound echoing down the hall like a gunshot. For a moment, I just stood there, forehead pressed to the cool plaster, gagging, trying not to throw up on the hardwood. My fingers still smelled like old blood and marker ink. And now I knew for sure whatever was inside that wall wasn't just a lingering stain from someone else's horror. It had history. It had habits. And it hated being alone. 6.1911 and investigators. For a few seconds after I slammed the hatch closed, I just stood there in the hallway, panting like I'd sprinted a mile. The house was quiet. Not the good kind of quiet, the waiting kind. The kind that feels like someone holding their breath in the dark, inches from your face. I stumbled to the bathroom because it was the closest room with a lock, flicked the light on, shut the door, twisted the deadbolt with more force than it needed. The mirror over the sink caught me as I turned goggles askew on my forehead. Dust caked in my hair, mask hanging around my neck, a smear of something dark on my jaw I didn't remember getting there. My eyes were wide enough that the whites showed all around, veins bright red. I looked like the kind of guy cops shoot first and ask questions about later. My hands shook so badly that it took 3 tries to unlock my phone. The screen swam in front of my eyes. I hit 911 with my thumb and put it on speaker because I didn't trust my grip. The ring barely finished before a calm female voice answered, 911, what's your emergency? I opened my mouth and nothing came out. My throat felt too tight. My heart was beating too hard. Hello, the dispatcher prompted. Do you need police, fire, or medical? My voice cracked. I swallowed. Tried again. Police, I think. Police. Okay, she said, tone shifting to that measured, professional concern they all learn. What's happening? I pressed my back against the cool bathroom door, slid down until I was almost sitting on the floor. The tile was cold through my jeans. I live at... I rattled off the address automatically. It felt weird, saying it out loud to a stranger, like I was confessing to owning something cursed. And what's going on at that address, she asked. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing the words out. I found bones in my attic, in the wall. A lot of bones. Human. I think they're human. There's a crawl space There's a skull. And my breath hitched. The image of tiny finger bones surfaced again. The half shoe with the rocket. The dispatcher's voice stayed steady. Okay. You found what looks like human remains on your property. Are you alone in the house right now, Is? The word came out too fast. No one else is. It's just me. I don't know who, when. That's all right, she said. You're doing fine. I'm dispatching units to you now. Stay on the line with me. Okay, I nodded before remembering she couldn't see me. Okay, I mumbled. She asked a few more questions, how I'd found them, whether there was any immediate danger, whether I'd touched anything. I heard myself answer, attic, wall, hole, hammer. Yes, I'd touched everything. Sorry. My voice sounded far away, like it belonged to someone calling from the bottom of a well, somewhere beyond the door. The house creaked, the faintest whisper of a shift above, near the attic. You said you're alone in the house, she asked again, just to confirm. Yes. I looked at the ceiling as I said it. Yes. Okay. Officers are on their way. You'll probably hear sirens soon. I want you to stay where you are, somewhere safe. Don't go back up there. All right. Don't worry, I said. A weird laugh hitching into the words. I'm not. We stayed on the line like that, me breathing, her asking the occasional grounding question, until the distant wail of sirens finally drifted in under the edges of the storm-stale quiet. The sound grew louder, nearer, familiar and alien at the same time. They're almost there, she said. Is your front door unlocked? No. I wiped my free hand on my jeans, leaving a smear. I'll go unlock it. Okay. You can hang up now if you want, or stay on until they make contact. It's up to you. I'll hang up, I said. Thank you. No problem. The officers will take it from here. The line clicked dead. The bathroom suddenly felt too small. The overhead light too bright. I pushed myself up, legs rubbery, and unlocked the front door just as the first cruiser pulled to the curb. Red and blue lights strobed across the living room walls. Another car followed. Then an SUV. I stepped back, hands held up automatically, fingers still stained. The first officer through the door was a woman in her 30s. Dark hair slicked back, bulletproof vest under her navy shirt. Her partner, a taller guy with a shaved head, followed close behind. Daniel Hennessy, the woman asked, eyes flicking over me, taking in the goggles, the dust, the tools I'd dropped by the stairs. Yes, I said. My voice sounded smaller in front of people in uniforms. I'm Officer Ruiz. This is Officer Donnelly. She nodded toward her partner. You're the one who called about possible human remains, yeah? I swallowed. In the attic, behind a wall. I broke it open. She glanced past me, into the dim hallway, then back at my face. All right. We're going to need to check that out. For now, just take a breath. You're not in trouble for calling. This is exactly what you're supposed to do. Okay. Somehow, that almost undid me more than anything else. I nodded too fast. They did the preliminary dance, asked me again how I'd found it, when, whether anyone else had been in the house. Ruiz took notes on a little pad. Donnelly's gaze kept straying upward toward the attic hatch like it made him uneasy, though he'd never say so. More cars arrived. A detective in plain clothes, face like worn leather, an older woman from the coroner's office. Eventually, a van with crime scene unit stenciled on the side. By the time they pulled the attic ladder down, the hallway was crowded with uniformed bodies and the smell of latex gloves. "Stay down here for now," Ruiz told me gently. "We'll let you know what we find. You said you broke into the wall yourself." "Yeah," I said. "About 10 minutes before I called. I didn't know what was in there." "It's okay," she repeated. "We've seen worse." I wasn't sure whether that was supposed to comfort me or not. The crime scene techs went up first, a guy and a woman in gray polos, blue gloves already on, carrying hard plastic cases and extra lighting. The detective followed more slowly, one hand on the ladder, muttering something about his knees. From below, I could hear their footsteps overhead, the way the attic boards complained under multiple weights. Muffled voices drifted down low, professional, saying things like, "Careful there, and watch the cord, and Jesus." A minute later, Ruiz's radio crackled. A voice I didn't recognize spoke in clipped halves of sentences. She listened, then looked at me. Her jaw tightened just a fraction. "They're confirming skeletal remains up there," she said. "Multiple." The words hit in a strange, double way. On one level, they were just an official restatement of what I'd already seen with my own eyes: skull, bones, a hidden room. On another, they made it real in a way my own observation hadn't. It was out of my head now, on a report, part of a case. My knees felt weak. Relief and horror surged in the same breath. Someone else saw it. Someone else smelled it. I wasn't crazy, but that meant it was real. Ruiz must have seen something in my face. "Why don't we step outside for a bit?" "Huh," she suggested. "Let them work. You don't need to be here for this part." I let her guide me out like I was sleepwalking. The early afternoon air felt too clean, too bright. The sun was out. The sky a crisp blue that didn't fit the contents of my attic. A breeze moved through the trees, rustling leaves that had nothing to do with anything dead. They sat me on the curb in front of my own house. Someone, another officer. I never saw who draped a gray blanket over my shoulders, the kind they give to accident victims in movies. It smelled like detergent and storage. The contrast with the smell that clung to my clothes made my stomach roll. Karen was on her front porch. Of course, she stood there in her leggings and hoodie, a mug in her hand, watching the parade of uniforms and gear go in and out of my front door like it was better than daytime TV. The woman from 2 houses down joined her, arms folded. They leaned toward each other, voices low, eyes flicking my way whenever they thought I wasn't looking. I caught snippets when the wind shifted. Said the uncle died there. You know. Always something off about that house. I heard sirens and I thought Karen's gaze met mine for a split second. Pity flared there. And something else. Fear, vindication. It flickered too fast to read. I was suddenly aware of how I must look from across the street, the new guy. Alone, wrapped in a blanket on the curb, while cops tromped through his inherited crime scene. The house with the overgrown yard and the peeling paint. The house where the uncle had fallen. The house that now, apparently, had bones in the walls. The detective came out after a while, squinting in the sunlight. He spoke to Ruiz, to the coroner, to a man in a suit who'd arrived in an unmarked car. I heard the words historic and multiple individuals and will need to contact missing persons. Crime scene techs filed in and out, carrying stainless steel trays and hard cases. Each time they passed, I caught glimpses, chalky fragments laid out on gleaming metal, zip-top bags with tags attached, a camera flash popping in the attic like distant lightning. At one point, a tech knelt on a tarp in the driveway, carefully brushing dust away from something small and white before lifting it with tweezers into a dish. The way she handled it, gentle, meticulous, made my chest hurt. It deserved more dignity than it had gotten shoved in a wall. I sat there, fingers curled in the edges of the blanket, feeling split. Part of me felt guilty, irrationally, like I'd done something wrong by revealing what was there, like I'd broken some unspoken pact the house had with the people who'd lived in it. We won't talk about you if you don't talk about us. The other part felt a twisted kind of relief. I wasn't the only one carrying it anymore. Forensic techs in blue gloves and booties had gone into that crawl space. Detectives had crouched there with their little notebooks. The horror had been seen, cataloged, bagged, photographed under harsh white light. It was out in the open now, as if in response to that thought. A faint vibration shivered through the curb beneath me. A sound followed a second later, almost too soft to hear over the murmur of voices and the occasional squawk of a radio. From somewhere inside the house, somewhere above, behind the sealed-off section that wasn't sealed off anymore, came a knock. Just one. Soft, muffled, out of rhythm with the normal chaos of a crime scene. I watched the open front door, the line of yellow tape they'd strung across it. No one inside seemed to react. No heads turned. No radios crackled. Did you hear that? Only me, sitting on the curb with a blanket around my shoulders. Felt the way that single, patient knock threaded through the official version of events like a reminder. They could bag the bones. They could take the skulls and the scraps of fabric, the Polaroids and the notebooks. They could write reports and open cold cases and give closure to families who'd never gotten it. But whatever had been pressing against that wall all this time, that wasn't leaving with them. 6.2 The detective and uncle's death revisited. They finally let me back into the house that night. After hours of photographs and hushed conversations and the thump of people who weren't me walking around my attic like they owned it. They didn't make me sleep there. Nobody suggested a hotel either. They just took down some of the tape, told me not to touch the sealed areas, handed me a card with a case number, and left. I tried the couch, left the TV on until the infomercial hosts started talking directly to me. Eventually, I passed out for a couple hours in a position that left my neck screaming and my brain feeling like a wrung-out sponge. When I woke, the house felt thinner somehow, emptier, like the bones had been part of what kept it anchored. Detective Harris came by the next morning. I recognized him from the day before. Late 40s, maybe early 50s, tall, but starting to stoop a little, as if the weight of too many bad stories had pressed his shoulders down over the years. His suit was off the rack, dark and a little shiny at the elbows, tie loosened. He had the kind of face that had seen too many late-night fast food drive-thrus and not enough sunlight. He flashed his badge more out of habit than necessity, then stepped inside, looking around like the house might tell him something it hadn't told anyone else. "Daniel," he said. "Mind if we sit, sure?" I said. My voice still sounded like it belonged to someone who'd been sick for a while. We sat at the kitchen table, because that's where people sit when bad things have to be discussed. The notebooks were gone, bagged and tagged the night before, The lockbox was gone too. The only evidence that anything had happened in this room were a few stray flecks of plaster on the floor and the blank square of wood where the box had sat long enough to leave a dust outline. Harris set a small notebook in front of him, flipped it open. He had the kind of pen that clicks, and he clicked it once. A sharp sound in the quiet kitchen. "How long have you lived here?" he asked. "Couple weeks." I said, "Less. Really. I inherited it after my uncle died. I moved in the day after the funeral." He wrote that down. "You living here alone?" "Yeah. Not renting a room out. Nobody staying over regular, no." He nodded, as if that matched the picture he already had. Then looked up. His eyes were a pale gray blue, bloodshot at the edges, like mine. "You said on the call you broke into the space yourself," he said. "Before you saw what was in there." "What made you do that?" I told him, in a stripped-down way, about the blueprints, the mismatch in the attic dimensions, the newer wall. The feeling that there was a gap in the house the paper knew about, but the house didn't. I didn't tell him about the face in the insulation, or the way it had said my name, and the journals he asked, the writing we found, my uncle's. I said, "They were in a metal box behind some junk up there. I read some of them before I called you." I swallowed. He thought something was in the walls. He was keeping track. Times, sounds, a whole thing. Harris's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Not quite a grimace. We saw that. "Yeah." He tapped the pen against the notebook once. "You notice any smells?" Before yesterday, he asked. "Neighbors said they didn't notice anything until the sirens, sometimes in the basement." I admitted. "I figured it was the old freezer. I read that article, the one about the smell. I thought it was just leftover." I shrugged helplessly. I didn't know there was a wall full of that. He watched me for a few seconds, like he was trying to decide how much I could handle. "What about sounds?" he asked. "You said something about sounds on the 911 call. Scratching, knocking." My mouth went dry. "Yeah," I said slowly. "At night, sometimes during the day. Scratching behind the walls, knocks, sometimes 3 in a row." I hesitated. Once it sounded like someone saying my name in the bedroom wall. His gaze sharpened at that. Just a flicker, but I caught it. "How long has that been going on?" he asked. "Since the first week," I said. "First night it woke me up was, I don't know, a few days after I moved in. It's been getting worse." "And you didn't call before?" He kept his tone neutral, not accusing, just a fact-finding question. "I thought I was losing my mind." I said, "I thought it was the house. Pipes, squirrels. My uncle's journals got in my head." I laughed once, a short, humorless burst. I didn't want to be the crazy guy calling the cops because the walls were breathing. He nodded like he'd heard that exact sentence from a lot of people. "What do you know about your uncle?" he asked. "Shifting tracks. You close." "Not really. I picked at a chip in the tabletop. Saw him on holidays when I was a kid. He was always the one in the corner. You know, smoked too much. Kind of a family cautionary tale. Don't end up like Mark. We lost touch when I went to college. I didn't even know he still lived here until the lawyer called. Harris scribbled something down. Family mention any issues, he asked. Mental health? Substance, that sort of thing. He drank. I said. Everyone said that. I don't know about diagnoses. They joked about him being paranoid sometimes. Mark and his noises, that kind of thing. He clicked the pen again. All right, he said. I won't take up much more of your time right now. We're still sorting through what's up there. His eyes flicked toward the ceiling. What happens now? I asked. For the remains, he shrugged one shoulder. They go to the medical examiner. We get age estimates, sex, possible cause of death. We cross-check old missing persons cases. Might be some families who finally get answers after a long time. And for me, I asked, quieter. For you, right now. You try not to touch anything we've flagged. And if you remember anything else, you call me. He slid a card across the table. D-E-T, G, Harris, stamped above a phone number and an email address. He stood, the chair scraping lightly. We'll be in touch, he said. He left with a small nod. The house swallowed him like it had everyone else. He came back 3 days later. By then, the house felt like it had calmed down. The knocks had been scarce, the whispers reduced to the occasional brush of sound at the edge of hearing. It felt less like peace and more like someone letting you catch your breath between punches. I'd gone back to work, because what else was I supposed to do? You can only stare at police tape and empty notebooks for so long before the hold music from the help desk starts to sound soothing. When the knock came at the door around dinner time, my whole body stiffened. It was just Harris, rumpled as ever, holding a manila folder and a coffee he'd clearly forgotten to drink while it was still hot. Got a minute, he asked. I stepped aside to let him in. We sat at the table again, the same choreography as before. Got some preliminary info from the ME, he said, tapping the folder. Nothing official you can quote me on. But you live here. You deserve to know at least the outline. I braced myself. There are at least 2 distinct individuals in what we recovered, he said. Likely more. But 2 we can separate out with confidence so far. 1 adult, 1 child. He said individuals the way cops and doctors do when bodies feels too personal. The adult remains are older, he went on. Significant decomposition. Bone wear consistent with someone middle-aged or older at time of death. The child's remains are smaller, younger. Age range is still being narrowed down, but we're talking under 10. His eyes flicked up to mine and away again. My mind immediately supplied a name. Matthew Granger, 8, baseball cap. Time of death, I asked. My voice came out hoarse. Rough estimates only. He warned. The child's remains are decades old. Could line up with the Granger case. Yeah, but we're not saying that officially yet. Adult remains are newer, not brand new, but within the last 20 years, probably closer. Some bones show more recent trauma patterns. Trauma, I repeated, the word foreign in my mouth. Blunt force. In at least one case, he said. That skull you saw, the crack that wasn't from drying out in a wall. That's a fracture with an origin point. Could be a fall. Could be an impact from something like a bat, a 2x4, stairs. He spread his hands. We don't know yet. Some of the long bones have interesting marks too. Tool marks, possibly. some indicators of restraint. The M.E. mentioned faint grooves around what would have been wrist and ankle areas on some larger fragments. Could be ligature marks, could be something else. I pictured my uncle's tally marks, his line about trying to feed it something that wasn't him. My stomach tightened, and my uncle I asked, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to. Harris sighed, leaned back. The chair protested under his weight. Your uncle's case was closed as an accidental fall down the stairs, he said. Neck fracture, blunt trauma, no signs of third-party involvement on initial review. On initial review, I echoed, given what's come to light. The Motsa is re-examining the file, he said diplomatically. There were some things that didn't jump out as significant without context, like what my fingers had curled into fists on the table, the angle of the fracture in his neck, for one. Harris said, the pattern of bruising. He had contusions on his wrists and ankles that were chalked up to impact injuries from the fall. Maybe he hit the railing on the way down, that sort of thing. And now I pressed. Now. Looking at those marks next to the ones on the bones upstairs, they start to look a little more like possible restraint artifacts. He said, like maybe his wrists had something around them when he went over, or before. For a second, the kitchen seemed to tilt. So, what are you saying, I asked? That he was tied up and pushed? I'm saying we don't know, Harris said carefully. He could have been up there doing exactly what you were doing, poking at walls, tearing things down, ignoring his age and his back problems. Could have slipped, gone down hard, caught himself in ways that left marks that looked like restraints later. Or he spread his hands again. Someone could have helped him along. We're keeping an open mind. He let that hang there. The implication sat heavy between us, Uncle Mark alone in this house, crawling into a wall to keep something from being left alone, then ending up at the bottom of the stairs with injuries nobody asked too many questions about. Harris flipped a page in his notebook, then looked up again. His gaze had sharpened. The tired cop routine was dialed down, an investigator's interest taking its place. Here's something else you should know, he said. Your uncle was on our radar a little before he died. My chest tightened. For what? Nothing criminal, he said quickly. Noise complaints. He called us. A lot. Of course he did. I thought. He reported. What he thought were intruders sometimes. Harris went on, scratching, knocking, said someone was trying to break in through the walls. He tapped his temple lightly with the pen. We chalked it up to, well, isolation, possible drinking, age. It happens. How many times, I asked? A handful in the last couple years of his life. He said, mostly at night. We'd send a car. Officers would walk the perimeter, check the attic if he let them. Never found anything. No forced entry. No footprints in the yard. Nothing disturbed. Tears burned at the back of my eyes. Not sad tears, something closer to rage. He wasn't, I started, then stopped. He wasn't making all of it up. I finished lamely. I believe that he believed it, Harris said. It was as close to sympathy as he was going to get. He flipped another page, scanned something, then added, almost as an afterthought. Last call we got from him was 2 days before he died. I swallowed. About noises. He nodded. He told the dispatcher there was something in the walls calling his name, wouldn't elaborate, just kept repeating it. It knows my name. It's in the wall where my head is when I'm sleeping. Patrol went by. He wouldn't open the door. Said it was quiet now. Didn't want to make it angry. The officers noted he sounded agitated. That's the word they used. My skin crawled. I heard it in his voice, overlaid with my uncle's handwriting. It said it twice tonight. Sounded like Mom. Sounded like Patty. I thought of the low, breathy whisper inches from my face in the attic, muffled by insulation and plaster, dragging my nickname into the shape of something it could use. Danny. He said it was calling his name. Harris repeated. From inside the wall. So do I. I said. Harris's pen stilled. For the first time, he really looked scared. Not much, just a flicker around the eyes. But it was there. Have you heard it since we took the remains out? He asked quietly. I hesitated. The house seemed to lean in. Not like before, I said. It was technically true. The voice hadn't tried my name again. Not yet. The knocks were different now. More patient. More spaced out. Like someone pacing a cell. Knowing the door is open, but waiting to see who comes in. Harris studied me for a long moment, then nodded, as if he'd expected that answer, no matter what I said. If you do, he said, sliding his card a little closer across the table. Call me. Even if you think it makes you sound like your uncle. He stood, turned toward the hall. As he reached the doorway, a small, hollow sound came from somewhere overhead. A creak, a subtle, almost polite little tap in the bones of the house. Harris paused, head tilted. You've got a noisy place. Daniel, he said. Yeah, I said. I noticed. After he left, I sat alone at the table, his card under my fingers, listening to the house settle around me, somewhere above. In the space where there used to be a wall full of bones and a mattress and a black marker, something shifted slowly, like weight redistributed in a room that wasn't supposed to exist. 6.3 house released. Entity unleashed. You'd think once the cops find bodies in your walls, things would feel safer. They don't. They just feel emptier. For a couple of days, the house was busy. There were people in and out, more techs. Another van. A guy from the state lab with a cooler he wheeled in like it was just another sample run. They wore coveralls and fresh gloves, lifted bones with forceps, placed them carefully on trays. Someone brought up a portable fan to try and move the smell out through the attic window. It just pushed it around. They took photos of everything, every angle of the crawl space, every smear on the walls. They murmured to each other in that professional shorthand that says I've seen worse even when their eyes say otherwise. Then they were done. They hauled the last sealed container down the ladder, peeled their gloves off and snapped them into biohazard bags, rolled up their tape, gave me a list of phone numbers and case references and reassurances about how you did the right thing calling us. And they left. No priest. No hazmat crew tearing the house down to the studs. No city official stapling a condemned notice on the front door. Just gone. The only thing they left behind upstairs was absence. Chalk outlines of where things used to be, and the smell of bleach fighting a losing battle against something older. The wall stayed open. They'd tacked some plastic sheeting loosely over the jagged hole, more to mark the area as processed than to actually seal anything. Behind the cloudy plastic, the narrow void of the crawl space gaped dark, like a throat waiting for something. For a while, nothing happened. The first night after they cleared out, the house was quieter than it had been since I moved in. No scratching, no knocking, just the hum of the fridge starting to sound normal again, the occasional distant car on the street, a dog barking somewhere down the block. I told myself maybe that was it. Whatever had been drawn to that little hidden room had gone with its toys. The story would end with a sad, rational epilogue. Old crimes, long forgotten, brought to light by an anxious nephew with a hammer. I almost believed it. The second night disabused me of that. It started around midnight. I was lying in bed, not scrolling my phone for once, just staring at the ceiling, trying to decide if I was actually going to fall asleep or if I'd lie awake until dawn again. The house had that thin, brittle stillness it gets just before it makes a new sound. The heater had cycled off, leaving a brief vacuum of silence. My pulse had finally started to slow. Then I heard it. Not scratching, not the skitter of something small, testing boundaries. A knock, sharp, clean, right above me. It wasn't loud, but it carried. A single rap that seemed to resonate down through the joists into my chest. I froze. Another one followed, then another. 3 knocks, evenly spaced, like the ones that had woken me near the beginning. Only these weren't distant or muffled. They were right there, like someone rapping their knuckles on the underside of the attic floor. I clenched my teeth, every muscle in my body going taut. Old house, I whispered to myself. Cooling wood. That's all. As if in answer, something walked across the ceiling. Not the quick, skittering patter of tiny feet, not the random thunk of a box settling. Footsteps. Heavy, dragging steps, back and forth, tracing the length of my bedroom overhead. I could map the route by sound from over the door to the far wall. Turn, back again. Each pass was the same, like someone pacing in a very small room. The boards creaked under the weight. I heard the slight shift of nails in old wood. Once, there was a long, low groan like a beam, bearing more than it wanted to. I lay there and listened, every breath quiet as I could make it. Daniel I almost called out once, thinking weirdly of my uncle, even though he was dead and bagged and gone. I didn't. The name stayed lodged behind my teeth. The pacing went on for what felt like 20 minutes, maybe more. Time gets strange when you're measuring it in passes. Eventually it stopped, right over one corner of the room, near the vent high on the wall where the ancient HVAC system whimpered in air when it felt like it. Silence stretched. Then a new sound started. Thump. Soft, but dense, like something solid meeting wood. Pause. Thump. Same rhythm, same weight. Not big enough to be a body falling, not light enough to be a little knock. It reminded me of that mindless thing kids do, bonking their heads gently against the wall or the back of a seat when they're bored. Not enough to hurt, just enough to feel something. Thump. Pause. Thump. Each impact seemed to reverberate through the beams, sending a faint vibration down the walls. My scalp crawled. In my mind's eye, I saw it something inside the open crawl space. Alone for the first time in God knew how long, pushing its head gently against the wood. Tap, tap. Testing. Maybe morning. The sound picked up a tiny bit of speed, still measured, still deliberate. Thump, thump. Pause. Thump, thump. The ceiling above me might as well have been a sheet of paper. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep any sound from slipping out. My eyes burned. Something hot pricked at the back of my throat. When the thumping stopped, it was almost worse. For a moment, the silence was complete. The kind that makes you think your own hearing has cut out. Then, from the same corner of the ceiling, I heard it. Laughter, if you can call it that. It wasn't a big, cinematic cackle. It was a thin, breathy sound, like air being pushed through torn lungs, a soft ch, leaking through plaster. There was no joy in it, no humor. It sounded like the noise someone makes when they've forgotten how to laugh. But remember, they used to. It crawled down the walls. That sound made the tiny hairs in my ears vibrate. My heart hammered so loud I was sure whatever was up there could hear it, could pace its steps to it the way it had paced to my uncle's cough. I stared at the vent, a dark square high on the wall above the bed. The slats were dusty, angled downward. I could see nothing but shadow beyond. Stop. I whispered into my own palm. Stop. Stop. Please. As if it had been waiting for the cue. The laughter cut off mid-ch. The quiet that followed was not empty. It was full, brimming. I heard the faint rasp of something dragging itself closer to the vent. Nails on wood, skin on insulation. The kind of subtle, intimate sounds walls should never make. Then, in the thin space between two heartbeats, a voice seeped downward. Not through the ceiling exactly, through the vent, through the ducts that connected this room to the rest of the house's metal veins. They took my toys. It whispered. The words were clear enough, but wrong in the mouth that shaped them. It didn't sound like one person. It sounded like a chorus of low, mismatched voices trying to agree on a pitch. Male and female, older and younger, all layered slightly out of sync until the consonants blurred. My chest locked. The voice continued, almost conversational. I'll need new ones. The last word dragged a little, like someone tasting it. That was what did it. Not the bones, not the skull, not the mattress in the wall. Not even hearing my own nickname whispered from behind plaster. The casualness of that demand statement promise broke something loose in me. This wasn't a story about victims buried and forgotten. Those bones had been possessions, toys, offerings, occupants of a room that had been built not to hide them, but to keep them close. The police had taken its collection away, and now it was free. I was out of bed before I consciously decided to move. Phone clutched in my hand, blanket trailing behind me like a shed skin. The air in the hallway felt colder than the bedroom, the shadows thicker. The attic hatch stared down at me. I didn't look at it. I went straight downstairs, each step a separate, staccato jolt. In the living room, my half-unpacked boxes suddenly looked less like procrastination and more like salvation. I yanked them open, not caring what went where. Clothes, laptop, chargers. The lockbox the police hadn't taken because it was evidence now living in their world instead of mine. My hands shook so badly, I could barely get t-shirts shoved into bags. I didn't fold anything, didn't sort. I grabbed what my brain decided was essential and stuffed it into Duffel's documents. Hard drives, a couple of childhood photos that suddenly felt like they might serve as proof later that I'd been a person before this house got its teeth in me. Upstairs, the pacing started again. Back and forth, louder. Now that I'd made a decision, if this were a movie, maybe I would have stayed, set up cameras, confronted it, tried to burn the house down with it inside. This wasn't a movie. I shoved my wallet and keys into my pocket, slung 2 bags over my shoulder, grabbed my laptop under one arm, and walked out the front door without turning any lights off. Behind me, as I stepped onto the porch, I heard a single, sharp knock travel through the bones of the house, echoing down the frame like a dropped stone in a well. Not a goodbye, an acknowledgement. They'd taken its toys. It had just noticed the last one was trying to leave. 7.1 escape plan. Leaving should have felt like taking a breath after being held underwater. It didn't. It felt like trying to step out of someone else's mouth while their teeth were still around you. The night it said it needed new toys. I didn't sleep. I grabbed what I could, drove to a 24-hour gas station on the edge of town, and sat in my car under fluorescent lights until the sky turned gray. The clerk never looked up from his phone. The world outside my windshield kept functioning like nothing had happened. Around 8, I called Matt. He's the kind of friend you keep from college because you've seen each other throw up and cry and fail classes and still somehow don't hate each other. We hadn't talked much since the divorce, but when he picked up and heard my voice, he went serious fast. "Dude, you sound like hammered shit." He said, "What's going on? I can't stay at the house." I said, "I heard how thin it sounded, how vague. I need out. Today." He didn't ask why. That's how I knew he was a good friend. "You can crash here," he said immediately. "Pull-out couch is all yours. My roommate works nights. He won't care. How bad is it? You running from a stalker or an electrical fire or what?" "Something like that." I said, "I'll explain later. Text me the address." He said, "I'll help you move whatever's left if you want. And hey, whatever it is, you're not staying in it alone." "All right." For a second, my throat closed. "Yeah," I managed. "Thanks." Next call was to a realtor. I Googled sell house fast as is New Jersey and picked the first agency that didn't look like an outright scam. A woman named Janet answered, her voice bright and businesslike. "How can we help you today?" she chirped. "I want to list my house," I said. "As is, I'm relocating. I don't want to do any work on it. I just need it gone." "Sure, we do that all the time," she said. "What's the address?" I gave it to her. There was a tiny pause as she typed it in. "Oh," she said, tone dipping a hair. "That one. You know it?" I asked. "We've had it in our records before." She said quickly, "Family house, right. Been in the same name for a while, yeah. Not anymore." She cleared her throat. "Well, with older properties, we usually recommend a full disclosure, especially given recent events. But we can absolutely list it. Investor special, that kind of thing. Cash buyers love a project." I could almost see the listing in my head. "Up-and-coming neighborhood needs TLC." Great bones. The phrase made my skin crawl. I don't want to be the one to show it. I said, I don't want to be here when you bring people through. That's fine, she said. We can handle all showings. We'll need you to sign some paperwork and leave keys with us. You can do that in this office, or I can meet you at the property this afternoon. Property. The word sounded wrong, like calling a lung a storage unit. Meet me there, I said before I could talk myself into never going back. I have a couple things to grab and I'll be out. We agreed on 5 p.m. That gave me the day to pretend my life could still be arranged with calendars and appointments, like normal people's. Coming back to the house in daylight felt like walking back onto the scene of a hit and run, where you were both driver and victim. The afternoon was clear and bright. Kids' bikes lay on a neighbor's lawn. Somebody's grill smoked faintly halfway down the block. My house just sat there with its peeling paint and crooked shutters, looking like a cheap horror movie location that hadn't been dressed yet. I parked across the street and just stared for a minute. From this angle, you could see the tiny attic window. The glass looked dull in the sunlight, reflecting only sky, as far as anyone driving past would know. It was just a weirdly proportioned old place with a for sale sign pending. I grabbed the folder with my uncle's remaining papers from the passenger seat and forced my legs to move. The key resisted a little in the front lock, like the house had warped while I was gone. When the door swung inward, the first thing that hit me was the echo. It was so much louder, empty. The furniture was gone. Matt had helped me haul the sofa, the bed, the cheap bookcases into a storage unit the day before. We'd worked fast, like a fire sale, both of us aware of the way the air inside the house felt heavier as the sun went down. Without the couch to absorb sound, without the rugs and the boxes and the lived-in clutter, every tiny noise bounced around the rooms. My footsteps on the hardwood clicked too loudly. My breath sounded like someone else's. Dust outlines marked where things had been. In the living room, a pale rectangle showed where the couch had sat. Just a slightly cleaner patch of floor in a sea of duller wood. The coffee table had left a faint ring. Even the TV stand had a ghost. A darker strip where less sunlight had hit over the years. In the bedroom, the absence was worse. There was a blank space against the wall where the bed had been. 2 depressions in the carpet from the legs. Standing there, I could see exactly where my head had been each night. I could look straight up and imagine the mirror position in the attic, the path where something had dragged itself back and forth, the corner where it had rasped my name through the vent. Today, the attic hatch above the hallway was closed. I could feel it anyway. Not noise, not even vibration, just a sense like when you walk into a room where someone very angry has just left. The air still feels charged, as if whatever passed through had scraped its fingers along the inside of the space and left marks. I told myself I was being dramatic. All I had to do was grab the last of my uncle's paperwork from the desk drawer, check the mailbox, sign some things with Janet, and I would never have to walk through this door again. 10 minutes, I muttered. Saying it out loud made it sound like a contract. 10 minutes, and I'm gone. I moved through the house faster than I meant to, my pace just shy of a jog. Every creak my foot made on the floorboards had an answer. I didn't realize it at first. Old houses creak. That's what they do. Step, groan, step, groan. But as I crossed the living room toward the small built-in where my uncle had kept his files, I noticed the timing. I took a step. The board beneath my heel sighed. A heartbeat later, from directly above, another board answered with a slightly higher-pitched creak. Not loud, just responsive. I froze. The house went still. Coincidence, I whispered. Weight shift. You're hearing patterns because that's what brains do. I took another step. The floor complained softly. Above, something gave a faint answering sound. Not exactly a creak, more like a shift, wood moving against wood. I looked up, as if I'd be able to see through a floor and a ceiling and whatever roamed in the space between. Nothing, of course. Just plaster. Paint. The familiar hairline cracks spidering toward the corners. I forced myself to move again, walking more deliberately this time. Step. Creak. Beat. Answering creak above. No matter where I went, the kitchen, the hallway, the bedroom, the pattern held. Like someone pacing me in the room above, matching my movements a half second out of sync. My skin crawled. The fine hairs on my arms rose. 10 minutes. I repeated. More to whatever might be listening than to myself. I'm just signing papers. Then you can have the place to yourself. Forever. The house didn't answer. Not with anything I could call a sound. Anyway, I found the papers I needed where I'd left them. In the top drawer of the little desk by the front window. The drawer stuck halfway. I had to yank it, making it screech in protest. Somewhere overhead, something else scraped, as if dragged in sympathy. I stacked the documents in the folder, hands careful even though my heart was hammering. Deed copies, utility records, the letter from the lawyer that had started all of this, we regret to inform you. I shoved it to the back of the stack, not wanting to see my uncle's name at the top of the page, in the front hall. I paused to grab the mail from the little niche in the wall. A few pizza coupons, a glossy flyer from a church, one envelope addressed to Estate of Mark Hennessy, in officious block letters. I stuffed them into the folder without opening them. Behind me, somewhere overhead, something shifted. It was a soft sound, barely louder than a breath, but in the empty house. With no competing noise, it carried a drag along wood, the faint rasp of something moving slowly across a floor it didn't quite lift itself from, not back and forth anymore, not pacing. Coming closer to where I was, I closed my eyes for a second and pictured the attic, the plastic sheeting over the crawl space hole, sagging slightly now, the bleach-streaked boards, the open void where bones had been, the thing that had been kept behind walls for decades with its toys suddenly walking freely across a more open space. I didn't want to be under it when it decided what to do next. Headlights flashed briefly across the front window, sweeping the wall. A car door slammed outside. Relief flooded me so hard my knees wobbled. Janet. Right on time. I opened the door before she could knock. She stood on the porch, bright smile already pinned on, clipboard in hand. Blazer too light for the season. The smile faltered just a little when she looked past me into the empty house. It always feels weird walking into a place after everything, she said, almost to herself. Then pasted the smile back. Hi, Daniel, I'm Janet. We talked on the phone. We shook hands. Hers was cool, professional. She smelled like perfume and printer ink. Normal things. Let's just get this over with, I said. I don't want to take up your time. She laughed lightly. You're not the first motivated seller I've met. We'll keep it simple. There are just a few disclosures you'll need to sign. She stepped inside, heels clicking on the hardwood. The sound echoed. Above us, a faint creak answered in perfect step. She didn't seem to notice. Or if she did, she chalked it up to old house charm. We sat in the empty living room, using the built-in as a signing surface. She flipped through the pages with practiced speed, pointing to highlighted sections. Here's where you acknowledge the age of the property. Here's the as-is clause. Here's where we note known structural modifications, including the attic alterations. She glanced up. I've got the police report reference for the, discovery. It'll be in the formal disclosures. You don't have to recount it. Good, I said. My signature looked shaky next to the neat printed lines as we moved through the stack. Every shift of our weight made the floor respond, and every time it did, some part of the house above answered, a fraction of a second behind. By the time we were done, sweat had gathered under my shirt at the small of my back. That's it, Janet said finally, snapping one of her pens closed. Keys. I pulled them from my pocket front door, back door, basement padlock, the one to the shed that hadn't been opened in years, and dropped them into her waiting palm. They clinked lightly. Great, she said. We'll get the sign up tomorrow. Given the, unique nature of the property, we'll be screening buyers carefully, but there's always someone who wants a challenge. She smiled like that was a reassuring thing. It wasn't, we're done, I asked. We're done, she said. You don't have to set foot in here again if you don't want to. She paused, then added, in a softer voice, for what it's worth. I've seen a lot of houses with bad stories. People make new ones. Things move on. I didn't tell her that some things don't. She walked out ahead of me, heels ticking. I followed, resisting the urge to run. As we stepped onto the porch, I felt it. A soft, slow scrape traveled the length of the attic floor above us. Not frantic, not angry, just aware, like something turning over in its sleep, adjusting to the fact that the weight below it was changing. I didn't look back when I closed the door. 10 minutes. I'd promised myself. I'd kept my word. I told myself, as I walked toward my car, that whatever remained in that house inside its walls, between its beams, would stay there, behind me, unseen. The little attic window watched the street in the late afternoon light. 7.2 Final audio assault. Janet was gone before the light really started to bleed out of the sky. We'd finished the signing in the living room, exchanged awkward half-smiles, and she'd walked me to the door like a guest instead of the person handing her a haunted asset. She stepped off the porch with the jangling realtor key ring in hand, waved once, and headed for her car. Don't worry, she'd said. We'll take it from here. I watched her taillights disappear down the block, the sound of her engine fading into the usual late-day simmer of the neighborhood cars, a dog barking, someone's TV faint through an open window. I should have left right then. Instead, I remembered there was one more document in her folder, something she'd flagged for me to look over later and initial. The kind of boilerplate no one ever reads. She'd left the packet on the kitchen counter just in case, promising to swing by and collect it in the morning. It's not urgent, she'd said. Sign tonight if you feel like it. I don't know why I felt like I owed the house the courtesy of finishing the paperwork. Maybe I wanted the last act I performed inside it to be something normal, something as mundane as signing my name. By the time I wandered back into the kitchen, the light outside had shifted from late afternoon gold to that gray-blue stage between day and night, where shadows start to feel like they have their own intentions. The house grew dim fast. Without lamps on or furniture to soften the edges, the rooms looked skeletal. The hallway was a long, narrowing tunnel. The doorways on either side like open mouths. The only real light came from the window over the sink and the little rectangle of glass in the back door, both of which framed the same fading sky. The paperwork sat where Janet had left it, a neat stack on the counter. My name was already printed in sterile black at the top of every page. I flipped to the flagged line, uncapped a pen, and scrawled my signature. The loop of my last name snagged slightly. The ballpoint skipped. As I pressed harder, the house knocked. 3 solid blows came from directly overhead. They weren't the delicate taps of settling wood this time. They were fists on floorboard knocks, spaced evenly, carrying through joists and plaster and into the bones of my teeth. My hand froze on the paper. The pen left a tiny ink blot at the end of my name. I didn't move, didn't breathe. 3 more knocks followed. Exactly the same spacing, exactly the same force. A little louder. Like it had noticed the first round hadn't quite gotten my full attention. "Okay," I whispered, pulse thudding in my throat. "Okay." I set the pen down carefully, as if any sudden motion might provoke the ceiling. "This is your place now," I said out loud, because the silence felt too thick. My voice sounded small in the empty kitchen. "You win. I'm leaving. New people will come. You'll have plenty to choose from." My laugh came out wrong, high and thin. "I'm done," I added, my hand flat on the counter to keep it from shaking. "You don't need me." For a heartbeat. Nothing answered. Then the house shifted. The knocks didn't come again. Instead, a new sound started, a faint, dry scratching in the wall to my left, about shoulder height, not heavy, almost like fingertips testing the paint. It moved, slowly, deliberately. The scratch trace slid along the wall away from the counter, toward the hallway. It traveled inside the plaster, following the line of studs, like something sidling along behind the skin of the house. I listened, rooted in place, as it went. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It reached the doorway and kept going, turning the corner with me still standing in the kitchen, staring at the empty threshold like I might see claws poke through. The sound traveled down the length of the hallway wall. Overhead now, skimming along the ceiling like an insect dragging itself from room to room. Above, faint creaks answered its progress, a floorboard here, a joist there responding to weight. It was circling me. "Stop," I said. Louder. "I'm leaving." The scratching didn't stop. It shifted. Above the hallway, the sound climbed, moving into the ceiling, spreading. I could hear it in multiple spots at once now, over the bathroom, over the little bedroom, in the corner above the front door. It was like listening to something drag its limbs across a map of the house. I grabbed the folder from the counter, the edges biting into my palm, and stepped into the hall. The blows of my footsteps on the hardwood sounded frantic to my own ears. Each one got an answering groan from overhead, like someone pacing me just out of sight. By the time I reached the front of the house, the noise had gathered above the door, coiled there. The scratching stopped. For a split second, everything went utterly silent. My hand closed around the deadbolt. That was when something fell upstairs. It sounded like a body hitting the attic floor. A massive crash detonated overhead, one huge, sickening thud that made the crown molding shiver and a puff of dust drift down from where the ceiling met the wall. It was too heavy to be a dropped box, too centralized to be anything sliding. The impact rattled the front door in its frame. I flinched back, heart in my mouth. The folder slipped from my grasp. Papers fanning out across the floor like the world's most useless protective circle. For a breathless few seconds, I just stood there, staring up, waiting for the follow-up, a second impact, a scream, something, nothing. Just the ringing echo of that one blow, fading into the house's bones. Just wood. I muttered, just something shifting. They took half the weight out of the crawl space. Everything's adjusting. The words landed like lies. I turned back to the door, grabbed the knob, and twisted. The deadbolt slid with a clicking sound I'd never been more relieved to hear. I tugged the door toward me. It didn't move. For a second, I thought my hand had slipped. I tightened my grip, leaned my weight back, and pulled harder. The knob bit into my palm. The door stayed where it was. The frame creaked in protest, as if the wood had warping overnight and decided to hug the door tight, or as if something on the outside was bracing against it with both hands. I swore, tugged again, shoulders straining. The old brass hardware groaned, but the bottom edge of the door remained flush with the threshold. "Come on," I hissed. Panic rose sharp and metallic in my throat. "Come on." The house listened, from somewhere just above my head, in the space between the doorframe and the ceiling. The scratching started again, closer, more confined. It sounded like nails working their way along the header, testing spots, searching. The hair on the back of my neck prickled so hard it hurt. I planted one foot against the wall and yanked with everything I had. The door moved half an inch, then stopped dead. Something snapped in me. "Let me out," I shouted at the wood, at the plaster, at whatever listened from within it. The sound bounced around the empty foyer, came back at me thinner, right then, at ear height. The doorbell rang. The chime was shrill in the silence, a too cheerful ding-dong that made me jump hard enough that my shoulder slammed into the frame. For a fraction of a second, my brain tried to latch onto the normality of it. Someone outside, a neighbor, Janet, coming back because she'd forgotten something. Literally anyone with skin and a car. Slowly, like someone in a bad dream. I lifted my eyes to the little frosted glass window set into the upper half of the door. A dark shape stood beyond it. The glass blurred details, turning the world outside into a smear of grays and blues. But there was no mistaking it, a silhouette. Filling most of the narrow pane, no porch light was on. It was backlit by the last of the dusk. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline of a head and shoulders, completely motionless. My lungs seized. "Janet," I called, voice cracking. The shape didn't move. The bell didn't ring again. I stared, unable to look away, my heartbeat roaring in my ears. The rational part of me whispered stupid things. Could be a kid. Could be a delivery person. Could be a trick of the light. The rest of me knew better. The scratching above the door stopped. The entire front wall seemed to lean inward, just a fraction, as if listening. I don't know how long I stood there. It might have been 3 seconds. It felt like 30. Then adrenaline kicked through the paralysis. With a noise that was half sob, half growl, I braced my foot again, grabbed the knob with both hands, and yanked with everything I had left. Something gave. The wood around the hinges creaked in a long, pained sigh, and the door lurched inward, almost sending me sprawling. Cold air rushed in, thick with the smell of damp leaves and distant exhaust. I caught myself on the frame, heart hammering, and looked up. The porch was empty. No dark figure, no neighbor, no Janet. Just the bare boards of the porch, the peeling white railing, the short cement steps leading down to the sidewalk. The street lamps had flicked on while I was inside. Their sodium glow painted the yard in flat, fake orange. The only movement was a stray fast food wrapper skittering down the street in the wind. Behind me, from somewhere deep in the house, something dragged itself a few inches across the floor. The sound came from above and behind toward the center, where the open crawl space mouth waited. I stood in the doorway, one foot on the porch, one still inside. The gap between the threshold and my heel suddenly feeling like a line between worlds. I didn't look back. I stepped out, letting the door swing half shut behind me, its weight catching on the warped frame with a soft, unfinished click. 7.3 cold ending it leaves the walls. I made it all the way to the porch before I remembered the keys. Not the house keys, Janet had those. My car keys. The only thing between me and getting the hell away from this street. This house, this zip code. They were still on the kitchen counter. I could see them in my mind, exactly where I'd dropped them, next to the half-signed paperwork. Loop of metal and black plastic fob glinting under the fading light. For a second, I considered walking away anyway. Just leaving the car, calling a tow later, letting future me deal with the logistics. But the idea of coming back here, even in daylight, even with someone else, made my stomach flip. Better to rip the Band-Aid off now. I turned back. The front door hung slightly ajar from my earlier struggle, a thin strip of darkness showing between wood and frame. It looked like a mouth that had stopped just short of closing. I pushed it open with my fingertips, not wanting more of my skin on it than necessary, and stepped over the threshold. The house had that strange, hollow feel places get at dusk when all the light is outside and none of it is in. The window over the sink showed a rectangle of bruised purple sky. Inside, everything was gray on gray. I didn't bother with the lights. I just wanted in and out. My footsteps sounded loud in the foyer, then louder in the hall. Each creak of the floorboards seemed to arrive a half second before my foot actually came down, like the house was anticipating me. Just the keys. I muttered. That's it. The kitchen felt smaller, somehow. The shadows in the corners deeper. The smell of bleach, faint but persistent, still clung to the air. Undercut now by something damp and sweet I tried very hard not to identify. The keys sat where I'd imagined, exactly where I'd left them. A stupid, ordinary object in the middle of all of it. I reached out. As my fingers closed around the cold metal, something leaned in behind my right ear and whispered, "You opened it." The words brushed directly against my skin, warm and damp. The air around my ear went instantly, impossibly cold, like someone had exhaled freezer air straight into the side of my neck. Every hair along my scalp and down my arms stood up in the same instant. A wave of static racing across my skin. I jerked forward, spinning so fast I nearly lost my footing on the slick wood. There was no one there. The kitchen was empty. The hall behind me was just a darker strip of nothing. The front door beyond that was a shape, a suggestion of outside. No figure, no face, not even the echo of a footstep. But the smell of the crawl space hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't faint anymore. It wasn't something that drifted down from above in thin, stale tendrils. It was here, downstairs, thick and immediate, rot and mold and that copper tang, all wrapped in the acrid sting of bleach that had never stood a chance. My eyes watered. My throat closed. For a second, I was back in the wall, on my knees, elbows brushing studs, bones at my hands. Only now, I wasn't upstairs. It was... The house exhaled. I felt it in the walls more than I heard it, a low, almost inaudible groan traveling through the studs, down into the floor joists, up into the ceiling. Not structural settling, something moving inside the structure, displacing air as it went. Then the sound started. Scratching. Not from one spot, not anymore. From everywhere. From the baseboards at my heels, from inside the wall opposite the sink, from the ceiling above the stove, a skittering, dragging, clawing sound radiating outward in all directions. It was like listening to a dozen hands explore the inside of the drywall at once. Knocks joined in. Not the even, patient 3-count I'd gotten used to identifying, but overlapping rhythms, out of sync with one another, hitting at different heights and depths. One behind me, too low to be at head height, another above, near the light fixture, a third from the corner where the fridge met the wall. The house became percussion. Tap, thud, tap, tap, scratch, scratch, scratch. Silence. Then all of it again, louder. I backed toward the hall, keys digging crescents into my palm. Somewhere in the walls, something chuckled. It was a low, wet sound, like water glugging in a trapped pipe, overlaid with breath. It didn't stay put. It moved from the outlet by the counter to the vent near the ceiling, to the return grate in the hall, each time picking up a little more resonance. By the time it reached the foyer, it barely sounded like laughter at all. It sounded like the memory of it, replayed through metal and wood. I realized, with a kind of slow, sinking nausea, what I'd done. That crawl space had been a cage, a twisted one, full of bones and scribbles and obsession. But a cage all the same. I'd put a hole in it. Then the cops had come, and the techs with their cases, and they'd cleared out everything that filled those cramped dimensions. They'd dragged its toys into the daylight and carried them away in labeled bags. The space I'd exposed wasn't just a hidden room anymore. It was a junction, attic, crawl space, stud cavities, ductwork, all the hollow parts of the house connected by gaps and cracks and ancient carpentry shortcuts. I hadn't freed the people inside the wall. I'd freed the thing that liked them there. The scratching intensified, turning almost to a buzz. Sections of wall seemed to vibrate as something moved through them upward, sideways, down. I heard it pass behind the drywall between the kitchen and the hall, then above the threshold, then along the ceiling toward the front door. Every outlet hummed for half a second as it passed. The vent covers rattled. The old disused radiator in the corner ticked like cooling metal. It wasn't upstairs anymore. It was in the house, in the framework, in every inch of hollow space I'd always assumed was empty. The front door was suddenly very, very far away. I bolted. I didn't try to walk normally. I didn't measure my steps. I ran. The folder under my arm forgotten. Keys clenched so tight the edges cut my skin. The hall seemed longer than it had any right to be. As I passed the bathroom door, the light fixture above flickered hard, buzzing. The wall to my left shuddered with a series of rapid knocks, following me like a line of knuckles inside the plaster. "Stop," I yelled, voice cracking. "Stay here, stay in your house." The walls answered with a sound that might have been a denial, might have been a laugh, might have just been the deep, shuddering groan of wood under stress. It rolled through the structure from back to front, a wave I could feel in the soles of my feet. I hit the foyer, half slipped on the scattered papers from earlier, slammed shoulder first into the door. The knob turned under my hand this time. The frame resisted for a heartbeat, then let go. The door flew open so abruptly it bounced off the wall. Cold air hit me full in the face, a shock after the thick, sour atmosphere inside. I stumbled out onto the porch, nearly tripping over the top step. Behind me, just as my foot cleared the threshold, the sound changed again. It wasn't scratching now. It wasn't knocking. It was a slow, heavy slide, like something long and weighty dragging itself off a high ledge onto a lower one. The house shook, just a little, with the impact. I didn't wait to see what that meant. I sprinted down the steps, across the sparse front lawn, gravel crunching under my shoes. My hands shook so badly when I unlocked the car that I dropped the keys once and had to scrabble in the dark to grab them before they slid under the tire. The engine caught on the second try, roaring too loud in the quiet street. As I put the car in gear, I made the mistake of looking up. The little attic window was visible between the black shapes of the tree branches, a small rectangle of glass catching the low, orange spill of the nearest street lamp. For a second, it was just that, a piece of old glass, reflecting light, blank and ordinary. Then two pale shapes rose into view behind it. They were handprints at first glance, palms pressed flat against the inside of the glass, fingers stretched, not quite right. Though, the fingers looked too long. The thumbs set just a little off where they should be. The impression wasn't sharp enough to show lines, but the overall shape was unmistakable, something pushing outward, testing the barrier. They stayed there just long enough for my brain to register them, a heartbeat and a half. Then they slid slowly downward, leaving no smear, no residue, nothing but the cold memory of contact. I tore my eyes away, floored the gas, and didn't look back again. I'm not in that house anymore. That's the part I have to keep repeating to myself when the smells and sounds creep in around the edges of my day. I don't live on that street. I don't wake up under that hatch. I don't have to walk past that attic string every time I go to the bathroom. I'm in a third-floor apartment now, in a brick building that smells like old takeout and laundry detergent. The walls are thinner here. I can hear my neighbors' arguments, their late-night TV, their shower singing. The pipes rattle when someone flushes upstairs. The guy across the hall plays the same playlist every morning at 7. I sold the house. Janet found a buyer faster than I expected, a young couple who fell in love with the character. They liked the big backyard, said there was plenty of room for the kids to run around. They saw the price and decided they could live with the disclosed history. Every old house has a story, the husband said at closing, laughing it off. We'll make new ones. I signed the papers with a hand that didn't shake quite as much as I thought it would. Told myself I'd done my duty by disclosing. Told myself I wasn't responsible for what chose to stay in the beams. I told myself over and over. That it was just wood and nails and history, that's all. At night, in my new place. I lie in bed sometimes and listen to the building settle. I know these sounds now: the pop of heating, the tick of cooling metal, the distant slam of the front door 3 floors down. I can tell the difference between my upstairs neighbor's footsteps and the guy at the end of the hall. Most nights, it's enough. But once, just once, I was lying there on my side, back to the wall, staring at the dim strip of light under the bedroom door. The apartment was as quiet as it ever gets, a low hum of city noise bleeding in through the window. Someone's TV muffled through 2 layers of drywall. My eyes were just starting to close when I heard it. From the wall right behind my headboard, 3 slow, deliberate knocks. They were soft, but the timing was perfect, equidistant, patient. The sound of knuckles on plaster, not on wood. It vibrated through the studs into my skull. Every muscle in my body locked. After a long stretch of silence that felt like someone holding their breath on the other side of the wall, something spoke. It didn't sound exactly like my uncle. It didn't sound exactly like me. It sounded like both of us at once. Our voices layered just slightly out of sync, speaking from inside the space between studs. "You brought me with you," it whispered. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might drown everything else out. I didn't move, didn't turn over, didn't knock back. I'm not sure how long I stayed like that, eyes open in the dark, staring at the blank, unremarkable wall an inch from my face. Long enough to know I'll never really be out of that house. And if you're listening to this in bed, with a wall at your back, do me a favor. Don't knock. It's been alone long enough. It would love to know you're there.